is a bit of a random stream. I didn't feel like getting to sleep yet, and I thought, why not just start a stream and talk about my week? I'm feeling pretty lonely. Maybe people will join and we can chat. Um, and also, um, my normal once a week stream I do, where we have people chat. Um, this week is book club, so we started a book club. So um, rather than me talking about myself on Sunday, we'll just be talking about the book. And um, so what happened? What did I do this week? What didn't I do? You know, there's a lot of things that I probably wanted to achieve, and I achieved some things. Um, I did say last week that I was going to start exercising and balance training and doing mindful walking, and I managed to do one. Sky's here, baby stag's here. Awesome. How you both going? Let's just put a smile on my face. How good's that? So good. So good to see you both here. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna talk about my week for a bit. Um, so I did that. Like I went and did some balance training, and that was really cool. I did a live stream of that, and I was so unfit. Like I kept falling off the log. I was walking along this log on the ground, and so it'd be good to actually, once I start doing it more often, I'll see I'll get better at it again, because I used to be really good at it. How you going, Basic Glitch? Good to see you here. It's awesome. Um, I'm just going to talk about my week for a bit, and then I'll just focus on the chat. Um, so what happened was, a few weeks ago, I processed a major trauma, and then what it did was is that associated traumas that were connected to it surfaced, and I had that I had a shutdown response from it. I became real um, sort of low, depressed feeling, sad feeling from it, and I wasn't in shock or anything, because it was just something that was very sad. And so I reached out to the trauma counselors, and they weren't available. So I left a message, and they called me back the next day. But what happened was, is over the night time, during the night, I spoke to my friend on, um, like uh, private messaging, and we shared traumas. Like spoke about a few traumas, and especially the one that had resurfaced, and that was what I was wanting to talk about with the counselor, which wasn't available. And so through the night, we spoke for quite a while, and we shared with each other some really painful things, and it allowed me to feel better afterwards, because I was able to talk about this. And this was like a sort of series of related traumas that had spanned many years, um, and by being there chatting with my friend, I was able to process this stuff, and it was really therapeutic, and it was, I think, so for her as well. And then the next day, I woke up, and like I got a phone call because I'm awake through the night now, and I sleep in the morning, and so I got the call, and I'd only been asleep for an hour or so, but I was so grateful to get the phone call, and it was from the trauma counselor. And I had this really nice chat with this woman where I explained what had happened and how I'd shared, processed the trauma with by sharing, disclosing with a friend, and we shared too. So she told me some of her traumas, um, and then I had this really great conversation with the trauma counselor, and I told her how I'm reading all these books on, I told her I'd done mindfulness training, just completed a course, and I said I'm reading all these books on how to heal, and she gave me a list of books, and so I had enough money in my bank account to to I just went to the Google Play Store and just bought 3 of the books. So I'm gonna be reading these books over the next, month and a half, and as I read them, I'll do reviews of them. So one's called The Body Remembers, and that's by Babette Rothschild, and it's, the psychophilosophy, philosoph I can't even read that. Psychophilosophology. So that's a hard word to say, of trauma and trauma treatment. So that's one book. Apparently, it's a really good book. The other book I bought was called An Unspoken Voice by Peter A. Levine, and it's how the body releases trauma, and I can't even wait. Here we go. How the body. Oh, the screen's so small I can't even read, and I've been up all night, so you got to excuse me. So yeah, I bought these 3 books that my trauma counselor referred me on to getting, and so yeah, Peter Levine, An Unspoken Voice, and the third one was Trauma and Recovery by Judith Herman. So I'm going to be reading these 3 books in the next while, and like I'll be talking about them and reviewing them, and it seems like they're going to be really good. So that's something that happened this week. Like it just worked out that I'd done the processing with my friend through sharing traumas through the chat, and then I woke up to a call from the trauma counselor the next day, had this amazing conversation, and it really encouraged me that I'm on the right path with what I'm doing. And then I still had this sort of sadness through the week because this is a sort of, it was a trauma that was saddening, and there was shock, there was traumatic aspects to it that were like where I was put into shock, and then a terrible event happened to someone, and then I um, and then it had these sort of carry on effects, and then so it spent that the actual time period was over um, 15 years. No, no, not that long. 10 years. Yeah, about 10 years. And then so it's something that was pretty significant for me. And I was able to sort of process it. It wasn't, yeah, and I'm still in that sort of state now, like where I'm reflecting on it, and it's sort of that's I guess why I'm sort of in a bit of a low state, and that's why I did started the stream this morning. It's 6:56 in Australia right now in the morning, so it's early in the morning here. So, um, so I was also given a couple of mindfulness books from my uncle. How awesome is that? Because I completed my mindfulness course and I got my certificate this week. That was an awesome thing to get. So in 6 months' time, I'll be able to start teaching mindfulness to people. And so these two books are really cool. The Mindful Way Through Depression, freeing yourself from chronic unhappiness. So this is specifically about mindfulness for depression and mindfulness for beginners. And both of these books come with CDs. So they come with the meditation, the mindfulness audio meditations. So how awesome is that? Like I bought 3 books this week and I got given 2 books the day after I bought the 3 books. So I've now got 5 books. And I also got 2 books that I'm picking up from the library on Monday, which are books about somatic healing. So reading's going to be my thing for the next while. It's going to distract me from all the things going on, and it's going to as I read these books, I'm going to talk about them and review them, and that'll give me something to do as well. It's great, and I'm going to just start, I guess, go into the chat now because I've basically talked about my whole week now, and the other thing I did was I had my career counselor meeting on Friday, and I almost finished my business plan, and we talked about everything that's going on and all the support they can give me. So next week, I'm doing a mental health first aid certificate through them, which is free. It's awesome. And we talked about all the support they can give me, like to help me with what I want to do, which is I'm going to graciously accept as much help I can get from these organizations. So it's cool to see everyone here. Alex is here, Sky's here, Baby Stag's here, Basic Glitch is here, Crusoe's here. Alex, hey Alex, mate, how are you? Like I've been thinking about you with the hurricane. You know, I hope you're good, man. I hope it didn't hit you like where you are. Yeah, Baby Stag says, yeah, have you been getting out of the house some lately, some baby? Yeah, I got it. I got once this week. So yeah, once. And I went did some exercise. So this coming week I'm gonna try and do it 3 or 4 times. So I managed to at least get out of the house once. Sky says, yo. Sky also says, yeah, there's a lot happening. It must be like that for all of us at the moment. There's, it's, sort of things happen like that. It might be slow and steady for a while, and then suddenly everything just happens. Baby Stag says, long as you're accomplishing something, baby, that progress, you got to take it slowly at first, sweetheart. Hi, baby. I'm glad you are here also. I'm so proud of you. It takes time. Thank you so much for that, baby stag. Thank you. All this stuff gives me confidence, just and the sort of friendly sort of bunch of people that we meet and chat through this medium of the YouTube streaming is such an awesome thing, you know. Sky says, "Hi, Luke, baby," and basic baby stag says, "Yeah, to get back where you were before and better, don't place too much on yourself once. You're going to be bound to fail." Yeah, that's really good advice. Hey, not said to be mean to you, just honest. You ain't who you were no more. That's awesome. No, I really appreciate that. You know, and that I do suffer from when I do try and do too much, I just end up failing. So just bit by bit, be glad of what I did accomplish. So I did that first bit of exercise, and the next thing will be increasing it. And I've got a few projects around the house to do this week, a bit of concreting, and I've got garden work to do, and I've got to take a load of stuff to the rubbish tip. So I've got some things to do this week as well, which will be good. Um, Baby Stag continues. You're creating the new you. Awesome. That's so awesome. Still you at the core, just different throughout the rest. That's awesome. That's exactly it. You got to rebuild because you buried who you used to be in the ground again, not your core self. How awesome is that? Thank you. Oh, that was the other thing I did, but I did that sort of the previous week, where I wrote all this stuff down on paper, and then I talked about it, and I ripped it up, squished it into a ball, and I was literally burying the past, and then I went up and dug a hole in the bush and dug a hole in the ground and buried it. So it was an awesome thing for me to symbolically do that. I love that comment, baby stag. You're a legend. Basic glitch is here. How you going, basic glitch? It's nice to have that chat the other day through the comments. Basic glitch says, "Hi Sky, I'm glad to meet you all of you, and I'd like to hear about the week and other stuff. And I'm glad that it's a bit better. Thank you, basic glitch." And how cool is that? You're from Czechia, aren't you? I checked out your channel. So it's cool how we're all from all over the world here, you know. Um, baby Stag says, "Hey Sky, baby." Alex says, "Hey Luke, yeah man. Hey, how you going, Alex? Like, I hope you didn't get affected by that cyclone, but I'll catch up on the comments, so you'll probably answer me by now." Sky says, "It's interesting how screwed up life can be once crappy childhood infects things in your later life." That's exactly it. You know, so much so much time just gets lost from all this stuff, and you know um and how much it affects you. Like, and this is what really upset me this week. Was what happened was is I'd gotten triggered, and um I was in a low state, and I said to someone, I, "You got to excuse me, I'm triggered at the moment, and I'm not um, I'm just letting you know." And I got a bad reaction, a negative reaction, and it really upset me. And then it made it worse because then I was like really upset that I wasn't allowed to be triggered. I'm learning how to manage all this stuff, and I'm being open with people. And then so that sort of that because that what that did was this thing had been on my mind for like a couple of days, and it was like a um like I wasn't in shock, I didn't have like a full on shock trauma response. I was just triggered and I was sad from it, and it was all I could think about. And and then when I had this negative reaction, when I just said, "Look, I'm triggered," it made it all worse. And then I was suddenly like, then I was really triggered, and then that's when it sort of that's when I opened up to my that's when I tried calling the trauma counselor and I couldn't get through. And then that night, that's when I spoke to my friend through the private messaging, and we shared our traumas. So it's funny how things happen, and then so here I am now talking about it. And it's something that has been there. So like these things, 40 years ago, one of them was, and then like the other one was 38 years ago, and then the other, you know, so the ones that I was processing were um, 30. One of them was 30 years ago, so it was like such a long time frame, like so long ago. And this is the thing, like letting go of the past. Once you are able to do that, it's such a powerful thing. But because I've got so much, you know, it's I can't do it all at once, and I need to do it slowly because each time you process one trauma, like you've got to allow it to really make sure it's actually processed before you try the next one. And so, but I do feel better now. I feel like I have spoken about it and with several people, um, and it's brought some peace and calm to me that I'm able to let it go now. Baby Stag says, "Yeah, I've heard of that first one before. That yeah, the body remembers. I think that's the one." So, and Sky says, "Yeah, I've got the second book. That's the Peter Levine one. It's awesome, baby." Oh, Baby Stag says, "It's awesome, baby. You're doing great. Don't shut down. We got you." I just got shivers, mate. I just got shivers, Baby Stag. Like how, like I started this stream because I was feeling lonely, and I was just like, and straight away, all these people are here, and we all know each other. Like we're all having a great chat. You know, Baby Stag says, "Amazing." Crusoe's here. How you going, Crusoe? It's so good to see you. Good morning. Good morning to you too, my friend. Says yes, you're up early. Yeah, I'm still I haven't gone to sleep yet. So like my my caring role now is through the night into the daytime. So I'm gonna go to sleep after the stream, and I sort of start around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, and go through till 6 or 7 in the morning. So um, it's awesome to see here, Crusoe. So it's a different random time that I just was feeling lonely, and I just thought I'll start a stream. And I know that these lovely people join the streams, and look at what's happening right now. We're having a great chat. We're having a beautiful experience. Sky says, when my intense inner symptoms and thoughts start, I aim to allow them, be aware of them, and also share them with my counselors about them. That's brilliant. That's beautiful. And that's sort of what I do. And that's a really great thing to do. And that's like a mindfulness thing too, is like identifying the thoughts and allowing them to be, and keeping them at a distance, but just allowing, not focusing on them and making them worse, but allowing them to be, and like allowing them to just wear themselves out, and also giving you time to contemplate. And then you, like exactly what you just said, you combine that self-reflection and awareness, open awareness and acceptance, and then you go through um, reaching out to people and asking for help, and then, or not necessarily asking for help, like confirmation and compassion from someone else, where you that they're that's brilliant, and that's sort of what I find works for me is with that. It allows you to process and thank you for sharing that, Sky. Um, Sky says hi, Crusoe. Baby Stag says that's good. Yet um, don't don't hide within them, please. I did that, and I was a mess when I finally realized I'd been months and months. I was in a fog, and I was disappointed in myself for allowing it knowingly. Yeah, true. That's a really great comment too. So don't you know do that do that sort of processing, but don't get stuck in it. And I've done that. I totally understand what you're saying. I've been there with that, where you ruminate and you don't want to let go. Like you hold it there, and it does it causes a fog, and like you lost whole months disappear in time. And that's the biggest thing with complex trauma is um, all the time that you lose, all the time you spend. You've got to do something back in it. I really appreciate your comment there, baby stag, and I feel for you that you had that happen to you, because you get stuck in it, and it months can just go by, and that's all you've had, this thing just stuck in your head. You know, Alex says, "Yeah, it's good. We were safe here. That's awesome. So it's good to know. I was been thinking about you all week. You know, all over the last week and a bit while the hurricane was coming through. I remember you saying you were about 40 minutes drive or half an hour drive from the coast. So I knew you were inland a bit. So, but I didn't know how. Like I just didn't know, and I was wondering how I could get in contact with you to see if you're okay. But it's really awesome to hear that you were fine, and it was really sad to see all the damage. Um, but the good thing was not many people lost their lives in it. It's really sad what happened in North Carolina, like hurricane, still a mess. Like the damage that was done there, and lots of people died there. They don't have any idea how many people have died. They just don't even know because, yeah. So the Florida was very lucky that it didn't get smashed too bad from that hurricane. So I'm glad to hear that you got through it, mate. Um, Baby Stag says, "Yeah, I'm going to pause you off for a second. Friend is calling, and our uncle passed. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, you got to take that phone call." And he was buried the other day. She's having a hard time. Love you all. See you back soon. I'm sorry, Mr. Luke. I'll be back. Promise. Well, anytime that you're here, Baby Stag, is a good time. So I hope to see you again. I don't know how long the stream's going to go today because, like, I've been up all night. I'm going to go to sleep soon, but I could just sit here chatting for hours. That's how it's so good. Like, and that's what I put in the thing. Like, I'm feeling lonely, but how can I feel lonely when I've got these friends here and we're having a conversation? So I'm fixing it. Basically, it says, "You're awesome. Seriously, this is impressive. Thank you so much." Basically, but I get so much courage from and encouragement and support from everyone here. So and like I was feeling super lonely before, and it's like, what do I do? And then I'm like, oh well, why don't I just do a live stream? And then I'll get tired and fall asleep, you know. So yeah, that's thank you basically. Um, thank you so much. Yvette's here. How you going, Yvette? I don't know if I've um, seen you in the chat before, so you're new. It's good to meet you. I always like to introduce myself when I see someone for the first time. You're welcome here. We just have lovely, friendly conversations. Um, you're from South Missouri. That's awesome. So you just came across the channel. Yvette just said, "Yeah, awesome." Well, you're here now. Like, we have great chats, so you're always welcome to join. Um, and MJG's here. Awesome. How you going, brother? Hi, hi all. I'm listening and reading in the background. Good to see you, Luke, and everyone. That's awesome. See, that's what the other thing is cool about these chats is because I read all the comments. You can be part of. You can just hear what's going on, and you can be doing stuff in the background. Like, so MJG is also reading at the same time. How cool is that? And like on the last stream, Loretta's Quadrata's like, yeah, I'm off. I'm like, he was walking through the park with his headphones on, listening to the stream. He's like, oh, I'm going to do something while and how cool is that? And I was just thinking about it. So, you know, how cool is that with technology that you can do that? And that's like what I did on last week. I went and exercised and I did the balance training. And so I set up my camera of my phone and then I did that. Like I did a live stream out in the bush for the first time. It was great. And I'm going to do that again. It was really fun. And I don't know how to use the um, on the phone. It's like the um, live YouTube settings and stuff. Like I don't know how to do it properly yet. And like I was trying to press all the buttons, and I'm going to work out how to do it properly, and then I can use my phone for it. So um, that's going to be cool. I'm going to do it more often because with my phone, I I had like a dumb phone. I'll show you. I've shown it before heaps of times. So this was my phone for like 6 years, and I finally switched back to getting a smartphone. So like, because I had that for so long, the data on my phone plan carries over. So I've got all this data on my phone plan, so I can live stream heaps of because I've got all this data. So I'm going to go out into the bush and I'm going to live stream the sunset for y'all. So that's going to be cool. I'm just quickly sending someone a message. I know it's rude. But I'm letting them know that I'm doing a live stream so that they can join if they want. So we've got 6 Cents, Amelia, Kia ora. Good morning, Luke, and chat room community. How you going, 6 Cents? I think we've chatted before, maybe a long time ago in comments. I'm not sure. But yeah, you're obviously from New Zealand. We're all over the world here. We got Czechia, we've got Missouri, we've got New Orleans, we got Netherlands. So we've got people here from all over the world. How cool is that? And New Zealand. So what? Good morning to you, 6 Cents. Amelia. Um, S- Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Why have you been up all night?" Yeah, I have. Part of my caring role is to be awake all night now and just being on call. And tonight was not too bad. And I listened to an audio book for a while. Listened to a few chapters of an audio book while I was doing my job, sort of thing. And so now I'm tired. I'm winding down. Like I have been up all night, but I'm used to it now. Like my body clock's now adjusted to it. So I sleep in the morning for a few hours, and then I sleep again at night time for 1 to 2 hours before I got to get up and be awake all night. And that's just the way it is now, and it's going good. So Yvette says thank you. Yeah, like yeah, it's awesome to meet you. Like I do a live stream like once a week, usually on a Sunday, but it's for America. It means it's going to be like early morning. So this is sort of random that did this stream this morning. So it makes the time zone perfect for you. But because I'm now up through the night, I might start doing the odd live stream like this early in the morning. So that'll be something to do. I might even do the thing with the live stream with my phone and do that. Go watch the sunrise and live stream the sunrise. So that just gave me an idea to do that. MJG has the big hands saying hello, but basically it says like take care of yourself. So I hope you'll go sleep soon for your health. Yes, thank you. I will. I won't be up all day. Yesterday, because I had a meeting, counselor meeting in the morning, I basically stayed up all day and until the evening. So that was bad. But yeah, thank you for your concern. I'm really going to make sure, and that's what I was reminded by someone else too. Like, you really need to get 6 to 8 hours sleep a night. So I'll make sure I get like at least 4 hours sleep this morning, and then tonight I'll get another 3 or 4 hours. Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Yeah, a bush live stream sounds really neat. I'd definitely attend." Awesome, that's awesome. I'm going to do it now. So like, I did one the other day in the afternoon, and um, it was when the sun was setting, but it was like overcast, so I didn't have it facing towards the sun. But like, yeah, I'll do that, and I'll do a sunrise and I'll do a sunset one with it. So how awesome's that? And you can watch, and because there's like, what is it, couple of hour time difference, New Zealand to Australia. You're ahead of us by like 2 hours or something. So it's like 7:24 a.m. here in Australia. So like it'd be like 9:30, 10 in New Zealand, I'm guessing. Um, yeah, Sixth Sense Amelia's because it's New Zealand. Um, and Amelia continues, yeah, I understand. I work night shift 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Yeah, you get used to it after a while, don't you? Like I started off with the um, also I had insomnia for like a couple of weeks, almost a month, and then it sort of I was starting to actually be used to it, and so now it's every day, and I'm actually getting sleep, which is good. Yeah, it's Amelia says it's 10:30 a.m. Saturday here, so that's cool. We got Red Rose. Red Rose is here. How you going, Red Rose? I just saw your message. Red Rose says, I just saw your message. I did not know you were live as I didn't receive a notification. That's not nice. YouTube should be doing that. Check. Hopefully, I put up and we got Marina. How you going, Marina? Good to see you back again. Marina says, hey everyone in the chat. How cool is that? We got a whole bunch of people here in the chat now, having a chat. I'm smiling. But that's hopefully YouTube. Check. I've scheduled the book club live stream, so that should be up on, like, check your YouTube thing and see if there's a notification for that. So, but yeah, Sixth Sense. Amelia says, hello, Marina and chat room. Yeah, which book? Good question, Marina. It's Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood. So we started this like a month ago and randomly picked a book out of a list of 10 books. And that was the first book that we picked out. So if you haven't read that one and you watched the live stream on Sunday, we're going to be talking all about the book and the characters and the story. So it'll be a big spoiler if you haven't read it. But I've read it and it's a really, really good book. It's probably one of the best fiction books I've ever read, as far as overall. Marina says, yeah, okay. Yeah. So the beauty of it is if you can start, like, on Sunday, we're going to pick the next book. And so if you want to join the book club, just watch the, what I'll do is I'll put it in my community page, and then whatever book we get, I'll whatever the next book is, check the community page, and you'll know what the next one is, and then you've got a month to read it. And so these were 10 books that were picked by everyone in the chat. We just had this. We decided one night. I can't remember how it happened, but for some reason it was like, oh, let's start a book club, because I think we were just talking about books, and that's just how it happened. And then so I said, okay, everyone put in the chat like ideas for like really good books. They've got to be like classic. They can't be really long books. They've got to be like a couple of 100 pages, and either modern classic or classic. So easy to get, not too expensive to buy, and hopefully you can get them from a library, or so you don't necessarily have to buy them. I did buy it, Norwegian Wood, but it's such a good book. Read it if you haven't read it. Read it; it's so good. And Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Yeah, I've not read that book, but I don't mind spoilers." Well, that's cool. Like, I hope to see you on Sunday, which is tomorrow now. It's Saturday already. Jeez. So yeah, if you don't mind the spoilers, like, we're going to be talking in detail about like all the characters and funny things and sad things and happy things and all the bits about the story, and so but it's definitely worth reading. It's sort of like they say, like, it's written by a Japanese dude, Haruki Murakami, and they said that, like, it's like the one book everyone in Japan's read. It's like their most popular book. Um, Basically, it says it'll be all right if I will not be working on something. I mean, Australia is kind of time friendly because it is a mirror opposite of Czechia. I will try to be there for the book club. Sounds interesting. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so that's it. So like it's six. I do my live streams at 6 p.m. on a Sunday, and so it is good for Europe for the time zone. Um, Sky says I'm back. I had to take a call. That's fine. I'm glad to see you back, Sky. Um, Baby Stag did the same. Baby Stag had to leave because she had a friend call, and her friend had just had someone pass. So she's like, I've got to take this call. But yeah, it's cool. And that's what I love about this chat is like like you can drop out, come back in, um, and we don't know what we're going to talk about. Like, we're just chatting at the moment. We're just talking about a bit of everything. I mean, we're talking about the book club. So, Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Okay, I'll look at community posts to catch up." Yeah, awesome. Yeah, do that. So you'll know if you're not here on Sunday for the stream. Check the community page, and it'll say what the next book club book will be. And so we've got a pick out of 9. Sky says, "Hi, Marina." Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Yeah, 6 p.m. your time is 9 p.m. Sunday here." So that's good for time for me. Awesome. That's awesome. So I look forward to having you back in the chat. And totally. The Sky says, "How are you, Sixth?" Yeah, Sky's in Australia as well. So we've got and where are you, Marina, as well? Be interesting to work out where everyone is, because we people from all over the world. MJG's in Netherlands. Basic Glitches in Czechia. Um, Six Senses in New Zealand. Sky's in Australia. I'm in Australia. Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to go and walk about in the bush." Awesome. I will do that. I'll do a live stream with the. I'll take. I'll go for a bushwalk because I've got pretty good phone coverage where I usually go walking, so that'll work out good. Um, Sky says things are funky as in Oz. Am I right, Luke? Yeah, it is funky as totally. Um, and I'm really lucky. I live right near the bush, like I'm right on the edge of the city. So it's a couple of kilometers drive. I'm in the bush. I mean, literally 1 kilometer from the national park. So yeah, I'm really fortunate where I live for that. Sky says, "Awesome." Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. Really like, and we get lots of birds and stuff here because it's so close to um, the park. So in the mornings, the bird song in the morning is just amazing. So you know, and Sky, you're near the ocean, so I sort of miss the ocean. I haven't been to the ocean for so long. I can't even think when the last time I swam in the ocean. The last time I was even close to the ocean was like 2 years ago, and I helped a friend move um, to Noosa, and we didn't go to the ocean. We went to like this sort of lake bit near there. I didn't go for a swim, and before that was 2016. So I haven't been like for a swim in the ocean for that long. That's incredible. 2016, that's so long, and I haven't even been to the beach in that time. I mean, where I live's like I'm an hour's drive from the ocean, like somewhere good to, you know, hour and a half, hour and a half to get to a beach that's worth swimming at. Um, Maybe that's something I've got to do in the next few months. Go to the ocean, and because I haven't been there for so long, I just thought about it just then. I just thought about the waves and going for a swim in the ocean. I haven't done it since 2016. That is such a long time. I haven't been to the ocean since then. I mean, we've got a reservoir near me where you can go swimming and kayaking, and so I often go swimming there. I only went swimming twice this year, um, but it's starting to get warm enough to go swimming again because it gets too cold to go swimming there in winter. So Sky says, "Oh no, Yvette's got to go." Yvette says, "I've got to go, but I'll catch y'all in the next one. Be blessed. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for being here, Yvette. It was really nice to meet you, and um, it's awesome. Like Missouri, I'm going to do some research into Missouri and learn a bit about where you live. Now I'm interested because I'm always wanting to learn more about the world." Sky says, "Yeah, I'm thinking of hitting the beach maybe today." Awesome, do it. Do it for me, Sky, because I haven't done it for that long, you know. Um, yes, Sky says, "Do it. Use the force, Luke." Yeah, I will. I'm going to do it. Oh, but like I've got to time it right. So, but in the next, um, yeah, in the next month, I'm going to get to the ocean, and I'll take my audio recorder and record the sound of the waves and stuff, and um, that'll be good. Uh, where are we? Oh yeah, Six Sense Amelia says Australia has some epic beaches though. It'd be worth a trip. It does have some pretty epic beaches. Where I am in Brisbane, I'm sort of halfway between the Gold Coast and the Sunshine Coast, and then Byron Bay is like a little bit further. But yeah, like we do have some amazing beaches. So um, that gives me something to do. I should write that down. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. There, look, go to the beach. So that reminds me, and then I'll put that in my calendar or something. I'll try and pick a time, and I'm going to do it. I'll make sure I do this. And that's something I do. Like if I write something down, it's more likely I'm not going to actually follow through with it, and so yeah. Sky says, yeah, at least use the beach. That's it. MJG says Sunday Europe time. Yeah, well, that's it. Um, Oh, for the book club, maybe, if that what you were asking? Because I said in the communities, I don't know what time I'll do it. I've scheduled it for the regular time, MJG. So the book club will be, I think, um, 10 o'clock in the morning. I think is when the streams usually is for you. So tomorrow, 10 a.m., there'll be book club, and I don't know if you have been reading it or not. I don't know how many people have been reading it, so it'd be interesting. That's not actually something I should do on the communities page, is to get people to. I'll put a poll up for the next book club book. I'll put a poll up and say, "Are you reading the book?" And it'll tell me the number of people, so we know how many people are reading. Because I have no idea how many people are reading it. There's probably like 10 of us, maybe, or more. Who knows? It'll be interesting. But this is fun. How cool is this? Like, you know, we just randomly decided to start a book club, and we've read the first book, and we're gonna like talk about it tomorrow. Sky says bye vet. MJG says bye vet. I hope she saw that before she dropped out. But it was nice to have her here. Sixth Sense says yes. Good to meet you, Yvette. See you later. EA, how you going, EA? I don't think I've seen you here in the chat before. It's good to meet you. Why are you lonely? I'm pretty isolated. Like, I'm not lonely here now. Like, I've got these friends, that, in the chat, and so I sort of reached out to um, I was feeling lonely. I'm isolated a bit. Like, I don't get out of the house. I've got anxiety, and I, in the last month, I've left the house like 3 or 4 times. So I'm sort of self isolating a bit, and I need to break that habit. So I am sort of, I do have friends, but not many. And I've become friends in a lot of ways, like in many ways, with all you people that join the chat, and so that's pretty special. Um, so that's, like I was like, I'll fix being. I was feeling lonely, and I thought I'll do a stream and I won't feel lonely anymore because there'll be people there I'm chatting to. And it's like it's 7:44 a.m. in the morning here. I don't know where you are, EA. Let us know what part of the world you're in. Sky says my life is very challenging right now. To Sixth Sense. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Sky. But yeah, you sort of spoke a little bit about that in the previous streams. Like, you're going through some major stuff, like wanting to move where you live and all this sort of stuff. So, but it's good you're staying active. Like, you're catching up with friends and you're doing things and stuff, which is good. I remember last time you were going to a venue to see a band or something. So it's really good you keeping active. EA says my life was so challenging, but just come out of it now. That's good to hear that you've made it through, and you're on the other side of it now. So, and yeah, EA says brutal. Yeah, so it's good when you push past the difficult spot and things get better. So it's really good to hear that, and that I'm sorry to hear that you were going through and you'll a lot of people here. We persevere through tough times, and that's why for me this is like a support group, friendship, support friendship group thing. and so it's meant a lot for me. And that's sort of why I started doing the live streams, was because I was isolated and felt lonely. And what it did was is it opened up all this stuff and um, made things so much better for me in my life since I started doing these streams. Like I've met all these amazing people, and we've had these awesome chats like we are tonight, this morning. Like, not tonight. Well, it's night times for some of you. Like, okay, yeah, you're in the UK. I just skipped down the chat. I'll get back to it though. Someone else new here too. Holly News. Good to meet you. Like, another new person. Oh yeah, I have someone else to be lonely with. Just me and my glass of wine. See, that's why I did this stream. I was like, I feel lonely. It's like, if we can't be lonely if as lonely if we're in having a conversation. So it's really great to meet you, Holy News. Sky says, "Yep, brutal." Yeah. So it's like we're all been going through some tough stuff. Sixth Sense Amelia says, "G'day, Holly." Sky says, "Yeah, I hope things start to look up, Holly." Basic Glitch says, "Woof, I envy the beaches, but good question. It will probably be Saturday Europe time, right?" No, it'll be Sunday. Um, it'll be like 11. I don't know. I'll do a search. 11. Sorry, 10 a.m. So 6 p.m. will be 10 a.m. in Prague. Um, so, but it'll be the same day. It'll be Sunday. So it's tomorrow night. I'll be doing the book club. So you've got 24 hours to read Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood if you want to do that. EA says, "What do you do for work?" I'm a carer for my mum at the moment, and um, that that's going to be for quite a while, well, as long as possible, really. Um, and then I'm preparing to start a small business in the over the next, which I'll launch early next year, and then I'll be um, doing mindfulness training for people in my local area. Um, so I'll be working for myself, which is what I want to do. I used to work for myself and it was good. And this is going to be even better because it'll be really rewarding work. And I think it's going to work out. Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Yeah, being a virtual tourist is a form of escapism, especially for those unable to travel for whatever reason. Visit places you'd not get a chance to otherwise." Totally. And that's sort of going back to what Basic Glitch was saying. Like, um, Basic Glitch lives in Czechoslovakia, so there's no beaches there. So it's unfortunate. So when I go to the beach, Basic Glitch, I'll take my camera and I'll record it for you, so you can, and for you too, Sixth Sense, for everyone. And I'll take my. I'll show you. Where is it? That's my audio recorder. So I like doing sound recording. So like I'll record because it's been that long since I've been to the ocean. I'll set up the microphones, and I've got other microphones, and I'll record the waves and then I'll I'll record video as well. I'll make a relaxation video of just cameras set up recording the waves and the sound of the waves, and then I'll pack that stuff away and I'll go for a swim because I haven't been to the beach since 2016. I can't believe that. It's like 8 years since I've been to the ocean, and I live in Australia. On like shocking. I'm like to just that's how long it's been. I can't believe it. Um, but yeah, that's a good one. Sixth Sense, Amelia. Like being a virtual tourist is a form of escapism, totally. And that's for me because I've never really traveled, so it's like I get to travel with the internet and learn about other places that way. Sky says I'm free. I'm a free range stud muffin. That's classic. EA says good to meet you. Same. It's hard. Do you have any social media? Yeah, I've got Instagram on my. If you click on my profile, it'll take you to my Instagram, and I've also got my SoundCloud. I don't know if I've got my SoundCloud on my thing linked anymore. I should check that. Um, if not, I'll put my SoundCloud back up again because yeah, no, my SoundCloud. There's a link to my SoundCloud on there, so um, you can email me. You can check out my Instagram or check out my SoundCloud if you click on my um, profile on YouTube. Yeah, that's it. I don't use Snapchat or Twitter. So EA says, "Do you have any?" Um, I read that one. Yeah, it says, "How can I add you on Snapchat or Twitter?" Yeah, I don't have either of those. Sorry. So, but if you do have Instagram, you can find me on there. EA says UK here. Yep, that's right. So, what time? It must be. Wonder what time it is there now. Well, you can tell me. But it's like 9 hours different or something like that. So it's like late night or something. Um, yeah, you meet people who are alike, etc. And you're a female. That's awesome. That's good to know because I don't often know people's gender when they join. Um, so it's good to know. Thank you. And yeah, like if you got Instagram, find click on the link there. I don't really use Facebook much. Um, I just joined Threads, which is like Instagram offshoot, and it's pretty cool actually. There's a lot of positivity on there. Like really everyone's like positive and like happy, like or not necessarily happy. There's a lot of people talking about pain on there. But it seems to be like a different type of social media. It's similar to Twitter, but it's obviously, Facebook Meta, owned by Meta. So Instagram, Facebook, Meta, Snapchat, not Snapchat, WhatsApp, they're all owned by the same people. But I just joined Threads, and so far it's I've had a really good experience with it. So if you're already on um, if you're already on Instagram, join into Threads. Try it out, maybe. Sorry, I'm just sending in. I got my phone because I was going to show you Threads. Um, so if you've got like Instagram, you can basically send your stuff straight across. But yeah, it's just like a normal social media, but like, um, here's a classic example. Someone just said, moving away from the platform that is pure dumpster fire. Hello, Threads. So there's a lot of people joining it at the moment. You know, um, I don't know. I've just found it refreshing as a social media to have something that is a bit different, and people are really optimistic and encouraging each other and inspiring each other to make art. And there's a lot of poetry on there, and writers and stuff, and photographers. Um, so I've been chatting away for so long. I'm so far behind on the chat. Um, EA says you seem cool. Thank you so much. You do too. I'm glad to have met you, and you're always welcome to, like, whenever we're having these streams and you see me online, join in. Alex says the healing process is isolating. That is a really good comment, and it totally is. Totally is, because you can't you sort of you isolate yourself a bit, but you also have to. It takes so much time to actually do the processing and and the healing. You got to dedicate all this time in you. It's a big part of the healing is self care, and I know you've spoken about this, Alex. You do the self care, like you go to the beach and you go walking, and you know you 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 said to us in previous streams how you literally moved where you lived to heal, which is that's to me that's an amazing thing that you've really gone to that. You've really, like, you're like, I'm going to heal and I'm going to do this, and you're doing it. But it is isolating. You don't, um, especially like I find when I'm going through processing stuff, I don't want to speak to people for a while because I'm in that state, and then it gets better again, and then I become sociable again, and then yeah, MJG says okie dokie, Europa, Europe time, exactly. So tomorrow, and I don't know if you've read the. I hope you read the book MJG. I really enjoyed it. It was really good book. So EA says you got a lot of girl fans. Yeah, there's well, it. I think it's a sort of 50. There is a lot of females on here, um, but it is there's a lot of males as well. It's sort of and it depends on when I'm streaming too. Like sometimes, like tonight, there's a lot of women in here. So um, the Apple Fall, new person I haven't seen before. Good to see you here. You're welcome to be here. Like, we have these awesome chats. So um, the Apple Fall says all the best, Luke Johnson. Unfortunately, I'm supposed to be working. Oh, so yeah, there you go. You can't stay here for long. Well, hopefully you can join another chat. You know, next time, maybe next time it'll work. Sixth Sense says life can be mountains and valleys. All right, challenging journey to sky. That's a really that's a great way to explain it. Totally, mountains and valleys. You know, and I've sort of talked about that, like imagining. Like you got to get you're got to get home, and to get home, you've got to go over these mountains, and it just seems like you get to the top of a mountain, and then you see, oh look, there's a valley there, and then you've got to go down the valley and then climb back out of the valley again to climb the next mountain. So it's a great analogy for life. Sky says buy Apple. Sky says true to Sixth Sense. EA says, all right, Resonant Reflections. Oh, how you going, Resonant Reflections? Good to see you here. Resonant Reflections says, hi all. EA says business in what? I'm starting a nature therapy business, that does mindfulness. So I want to take people bushwalking and go watch the sunset, or go sit by a stream, a river, and do mindfulness meditations. And also, I want to work with people with disabilities as well. So take people in a wheelchair or whatever, or other disabilities, and take them to national parks, into the forest, and experience nature. And with nature or ecotherapy, nature therapy, forest bathing, there's lots of names for it all, but like, it's done so much for me, as like, I get so much healing going to the bush and being in nature. It just it so when you combine doing mindfulness or meditation with being in nature, it's really powerful. So I've just done a mindfulness course, and I'm so in 6 months time, I'll be starting this business within 6 months. And I want to get I'm doing a course next year in January, February, um, a certificate in working with people with disabilities, and so that'll enable me to um, uh, work in that field and do that, because I want to have this nature therapy stuff for everyone, but I also want to make it inclusive for people with disabilities, so that so they get to experience nature, and take them for guided. And the other thing is, like, I'll do stuff like, I'll take my audio recorder and cameras, and like, we'll go watch the sunset, and I'll record the sunset with the customer, client, the person, the human being that I'm with, the awesome person I'll be there to, showing nature to. And we'll record the sunset, and then I'll give them a copy of, like, the video, so they get to watch it on their television when they get home. And so that's part of some of the ideas that I have for what I want to do is. And you can also do um, nature art therapy, like, where you get rocks and balance them, and or you collect all different colored leaves off the ground, and then you make a collage with it, or collect, in Australia we have bushfires, so there's a lot of charcoal around on the ground. So pick up a bit of charcoal, and then use that to do some artwork. So, but that's sort of secondary. The main thing I want to do is take people to watch the sunset, and take them bushwalking, and do mindfulness in nature. So that's my dream job, and I'm making it happen. And I want to, help people. It could be grief, people going through grief, depression, anxiety, post traumatic stress disorder, um, relationship breakups, um, or people that just want to reconnect with nature, that haven't done it for so long. So that's my purpose for it all. And so I'm getting the love hearts and the people saying, yeah, that's awesome. So Basic Glitch says, hey, if only I could have read other books. It's is okay. I have sometimes slow internet. Thank you very much. Anyways, I hope you're all right though. Yeah, thank you, Basic Glitch. Um, yeah, it's there's so many good books that are good for healing, and I'm just I'm almost finished one on polyvagal theory, which has been really good. So that'll be the second book I've read on polyvagal theory. I'm starting to understand it and how the nerves work and how important it is, and you know I can incorporate that into my business, so I can actually do mindfulness, but I can actually do special stretching and things like that, and then it's helping the nervous system. So but the beauty about nature therapy is that nature itself is it's or once you're in nature, your heart rate balances out, your stress levels go down. Just being in nature is therapy. So when you do practices in nature like meditation or mindfulness, it's increased even more, like the effect you get. So um, I'm not looking to make much money out of this, and it's probably going to be difficult to make much money out of it. But like, if I can make a job out of it, like and I'm confident that will happen. So it's going to take time. Um, EA says, I see. Sixth Sense says, Amelia says, hello to Apple Fall. So that's awesome. Yeah, we've got few new people here today. We had Yvette and Apple Fall and EA, the new people. And I know you Basic Glitch has been watching the videos but hasn't made a live stream. So it's great to see you in a live stream, Basic Glitch. Um, Apple Fall says, all the best for your mum. Thank you. I'll pass on the love. That it's um, yeah, it is what it is. It's pretty painful. But I feel honoured to be able to be here now to do what I can do, and the government's supporting me, so I don't have to work. I'm sort of being on like a pension to do this. So that's the beauty of it. While I'm actually doing this, it's giving me an opportunity to do all this study, and so when I get back into the workforce, it'll be doing what I want to do. It's awesome. There's lots of love hearts flying up into the sky at the moment. I'm going to add a few to it. I always love that when that happens. Got Sharon Rose here. How you going, Sharon? Good to see you here. I don't know if I've seen you in a chat before, but you're always welcome. We have awesome chats. We don't we don't know what we're going to talk about. Sometimes we have an idea, and then we look, and I can tell by your profile picture you like sunsets as well. That looks like a photo of a sunset for your profile picture, Sharon. So, oh yeah, I love sunsets and sunrises. So that's sunrise. If you're on the southeast coast, so that would be sunrise. Because I know in Florida you've got the other side, so you could be sunset. So how cool's that? So um, how cool's that? It just popped up. So Sharon just found the page, um, exploring, and I was there. So yeah. So Sharon says, I don't know who you are. It, it just popped up on my explore page, but I decided to stop in. Well, where I'm glad you did. How cool's that? Um, we got um, Alex. I don't know if he's still here, but Alex is Florida. It's cool. Like, there's people from all over the world. So I suffer from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and I'm mostly doing these streams where I'm documenting my healing process. And a lot of people that come to the chats have experienced trauma or severe hardship in their life, or might have a condition that affects their life. So this is like a friendship support group that we can encourage each other to live and do things, and we're all talk about what we do creatively, whether it's like making art, or reading, writing poetry, journaling, um, you know, our sort of interests and our passions. So, but that's really cool. So you're on the southeast coast of Florida. So you were away from the danger zone from the hurricane. Am I right? Because it sort of hit central Florida. Um, Basic Glitch says, "Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome, Basic Glitch." Basic Glitch says, "This is awesome. This will be awesome." Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, that I think that's with the recording of the ocean, maybe. I don't know what that was referring to, but thank you for your comment. Resonant reflection says, "What brand is it?" Oh, the audio recorder. It's a Roland, but there's lots of different brands that are good, and because I do know that Resonant Reflections, you're getting into recording audio stuff, and Zoom are good ones. Uh, but yeah, Roland make really good products. So if you want to get a quality one, um, Roland, um, Zoom make good ones as well, and they're a lot more affordable. You can also buy microphones that plug into your smartphone and become an audio recorder. But um, um, I think for you, Resonant Reflections, if you wanted to get into audio recording, especially for recording your music and stuff, as well as nature sounds, buying a dedicated audio sound field recorder, buying a dedicated field recorder would be really good for you, because you can it's not like a smartphone where you've got to go through all the um, stuff to set up and hit record. You can basically, once you know where all the buttons are and the dials, you can operate it easily. So for your situation, having a dedicated one, is it's worth the investment, because you'll use it all the time for your music and stuff like that. And so yeah, definitely get one. Save up and get one. They're only a couple of $100, for the entry level audio recorders, and you know, very much worth it. Um, the quality of sound that you get is massive difference to what you can record from a phone. So EA says, "What? Why? No, I don't know what that's referring to. Oh yeah. Oh, what's your email? It's in. If you click on my um, profile um, on my YouTube, I've got a link to an email address there. It's what is a falling leaf at gmail.com. Um, 6 cents Amelia says, buy an ice cream in a cone too, please. I can't go to the beach and not have a sandy ice cream. I'll do that. I'll do that as well. I can't believe it. I haven't been to the beach since 2016. That's so long ago. Wow, that's so long ago. Resonant Reflection says yes. Is the book club going to be still the same time tomorrow? Yes, it is. 6. You got daylight savings time now, so it'll be 7 p.m. for you. Like it'll be 6 p.m. for me. So and I've already scheduled it. So like if you check on my page, it should have it as an upcoming uh, stream. 6 cents Amelia says, hello, Sharon Rose. EA says, oh, sorry, I misheard. What's your email? Yeah, I read that one. Yeah, so what is a falling leaf at gmail.com? But if you click on my profile, you'll find it there. Sharon says, so I'm pretty far behind on the chat here. This is full on. I've been here chatting away. This is what happens when I just chat away. And I notice there's all these new people here too. EA says, yeah, 11 p.m. That's it. Lol. Yeah, so tomorrow, join back in again. You got 24 hours to read Norwegian Wood by Haruki Murakami if you don't want to have any spoilers. But we'll mostly be talking about that book. There's also you've got time to listen to the audio version on YouTube. There's an audio book version of Norwegian Wood if you search for it, and you can just you've got enough time to just listen to it. Timothy Gallagher, how you going, Timothy? I haven't seen you here before. It's, good to meet you. We have these awesome chats here, so it's great to have you here. It's easy to forget the time zone difference. Totally. So I'm guessing you're in UK somewhere. EA says, yeah, okay. So I think that's in referring to the email address. I'm so far behind the chat, so I'll try and catch up quickly. Timothy Gallagher says, yeah, fascinating how threads work. Totally. It's 6 cents. Amelia says to Basic Glitch, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing Australian scenery. It's such a unique place. Yeah, I'm gonna I do have some sunset videos on my channel. So I've got a playlist, sunset, sunrise videos. And I've got four videos on there of you can listen to the birds you'll hear the Australian birds and stuff like that. Timothy Gallagher says, was so interested in the AI studio fictional characters, but ended up getting cancelled from creating Toxic Avenger. You got cancelled. That's interesting. 6 cents Amelia says, hello, Timothy. Timothy Gallagher says, smiles towards Amelia. That's awesome. 6 cents Amelia says, hello, Resonant Reflections. Timothy Gallagher says, getting outdoors frees folks from technology. It totally does, mate. That's it is. It's such a good thing. Nature itself is therapy. It's it's the weekend now, so I don't like, I've got anxiety, so I don't want to go to the bush today, but like Monday, I'm gonna go, or maybe even Sunday afternoon, I'll go watch the sunsets. Oh no, Sunday that's tomorrow. I'm doing the live stream, so I can't do that. Actually, maybe I can. I might even be able to do that. Go up, watch the sunset, do a live stream, and then come home and do the live stream here. I'm going to try that. I'll see if I can do that. That'll be an achievement if I can do that. Um, Sixth Sense says hello, resonant reflection. Oh no, I read that one. Timothy Gallagher says, yeah, peaks and valleys, uncanny. Yeah, it's a great way to great analogy for life, isn't it? Emarg is here. How you going, Emarg? Good to see you. There's all these new people here tonight. I keep saying tonight, but it's morning. It's like it's 8:22 in the morning now. Oh, that's a brilliant one. I do actually. I have taken Timothy Gallagher says bushwalking with a blank journal. I actually have gone and written poetry and stuff in the bush, and it is really awesome to do that. I've even got a video on YouTube here of me writing poetry um, with the sun setting, and it's such an awesome thing to do. So I'm gonna get back into that. Like I've just finished. Like this is my current journal book, and it's full. So I know what happens is I go through one way, and then I fill up the other pages. So I've still got plenty of space in here. But I was thinking about that. I need to start a fresh journal book. Journaling is a lot of us here on this channel. We talk about journaling, and we use journaling for therapy and healing, and it's such a good thing to do. It's so yeah, I love that. Bushwalking with a blank journal. Sky says, I'm 1/10 sloth, 2/10 turbo caterpillar, 3/10 munted punter, and the rest is intense. That's an awesome description. 1/10 sloth, 2/10 turbo caterpillar, 3/10 munted punter, and the rest is intense. I love it. MJG says hi, Timothy and Emarg. Timothy says slight nod back to MJG Vanderhol. I don't know if I pronounce it Vanderhul. Oh, Hoovel. See, we've been friends for ages now, and I still haven't worked out how to pronounce your name right. Timothy Gallagher says, yeah, keeping in mind, good luck on the therapy project. Thank you so much. That's awesome, man. That means a lot. Like it's gonna, it's like I've found something I want to do in life, and I've been told if you find something that you want to do in life, it can be the best thing. You know. MJG says hi, Timothy and Emma. I know I've already read that one. Sixth Sense Amelia says, yeah, I'd be very interested in learning about mindfulness. Recent adult diagnosis of ADHD. Yeah, well, I'm offering some free lessons because I need to practice to be a teacher, and so my teacher said I can't do it for 6 months, but practice in the meantime. So if you want a free mindfulness lesson, email me through the thing, and we can do a Zoom chat, and I can teach you a couple of mindfulness exercises for free. And it'll be good for me because I need to practice being a teacher. or a facilitator. So if you're interested in it, do that. Copper Moon's here. I don't think I've met you before, and so it's great to meet you. Copper Moon says hello with the love heart. That's nice. It's really cool. We've got all these like fresh new people here, and it's like we're having a great chat. It's I'm enjoying this morning. It's 8:26 in the morning, and I've been chatting away so much. It'll take me a bit to catch up on the chat. Sixth Sense says hello, Cooper. Oh no, Sharon Rose says I'm a sunset junkie. Awesome. That's it. I could tell by your profile picture. Me too, totally. And I want to make a business out of it, like taking people to watch the sunset. Like I live in a city where there's like 2 million people, and I reckon half the people that live here have never gone and watched the sunset in their life. You know, we've got another new person, Christina R. Hi, I'm new. Breath work helps too for the nervous system. This is awesome. Keep doing this. Thank you so much, Christina R. Totally. Since I started doing mindfulness, like, and breath work, you know, and I'm learning other breathing techniques like polyvagal stuff. Breath work is such an important thing for regulating your nervous system, and just it's and yeah, you're spot on there, you know. So, and that's I love your comment. This is awesome. Keep doing this. So, thank you so much, Christina. Like, yeah, mindfulness is certainly, it's changed my life, and I'm so glad I did the course, and I'm gonna be practicing it, you know, and you know, in yoga that they have breath work in yoga, and so I'm interested in learning more about the other types, but um, it breathing is such an amazing thing for resetting and calming your nervous system, and you can do it. It only takes 20 seconds to actually get an effect from it. But when you do the practices and you do 5 or 10 minutes of breathing, it's amazing how relaxed you feel afterwards, you know. So Copper Moon says hi, Sixth Sense and Amelia. Sharon Rose says, yeah, my photo was actually taken in Massachusetts at sunset. I live next door to a little nature preserve. I lived in San Diego for 5 years and worked on the beach. How cool is that? We got a someone who comes to this channel a lot, Noah. She's in San Diego, but you're in Florida now. But yeah, so you've lived all over the states. If you've been Boston, San Diego, and now you're in Florida. So that's interesting. So you'd have sunset photos from all over the place then. So yes, I have too many sunset pics. Me too. Like you go through my thing and it's just like sunset photos or sunrise. More sunsets. I need to try and get to more sunrises. Copper Moon says PTSD diagnosis and being outside is everything. Totally. Yeah, that's an awesome comment. It just calms you down. It, you know, energizes you. And in this book that Polyvagal Safety, which is I'm almost finished, which is written by Porges, whatever, the guy who came up with polyvagal theory or introduced it. It's a really good book called Polyvagal Safety. It explains it really well. And the chapter I'm at the moment is all talk, like the last chapter was about yoga and how yoga is basically polyvagal theory, and that they've been practicing this for thousands of years, you know, and how all these different practices are all the same thing for resetting your nervous system and stretching and activating your nerves. Sharon Rose says, I can relate to the PTSD. My life flipped upside down in 2017 and hasn't been the same since. I actually had a tornado in my yard. Wow. And was on the outside of the hurricane. That's full on. You had a tornado in your yard. That's full on. That would have been scary as. And so hopefully, and so that obviously wasn't, was that when you're in Florida, maybe? I don't, or you'll say where it was. We've got another new person here, Jody Starling Hall. How you going? First time here. I was just diagnosed with CPTSD in March. I did 9 months of therapy, self-healing, exercise, creative work helps. Well, that's awesome. You've been, so you got diagnosis and you've been doing all this work. So so self-healing is like, that's, and you know, self-healing is the most powerful thing, is doing the work yourself, but also getting therapy is really helps. Especially because you got to work on the different aspects. You've got to work on processing, talking about the trauma somehow, and then you've got all the other healing, so like exercise, creative work. So, and in that book I'm reading, Polyvagal Safety, it's talking about mindful exercise and how much that helps, you know. And they've shown how much it, for cancer patients, how like doing these polyvagal exercise regimes greatly increases their heal. It's shortened, like the healing recovery is much faster, and for PTSD, CPTSD, like it's, you're doing that's awesome to hear that you're on the healing journey, Jody. It's really awesome to hear. And creative work does help. So for me, it's like writing poetry and doing things like video recording the sunset is my like creative outlet. I used to, like, you can see the guitars. I haven't played guitar for like almost a year. Like I played a couple of weeks of guitar this year, and I've got an emotional barrier stopping me from playing guitar, but I'm doing other creative stuff. I'm doing writing poetry and stuff. So Copper Moon says, with the big heart, hello to everyone. Sky says, hi Jody, welcome. Sixth Sense says, g'day Jody. Sharon says, hey Jody. Jody says, thanks everyone. How awesome is that? I wonder how far behind the chat I am. Wow, I am. I'll start reading quickly so I can catch up. Jody says, yeah, I spend most days outside in the summer in my garden with my cats. It's fall now and cold here in Oregon. Yeah, it does get cold in Oregon, doesn't it? Especially in and windy and, yeah, icy, snowy. So that's awesome. So you're in Oregon. Good to know where you are. We got to, and that's the thing about this time of day. Like it's perfect for people in America. Awesome. So Jody says, I'm also a writer, some poetry, mostly fantasy novels. Awesome. So you write full novels. I've written a few short stories, but I haven't written anything substantial. But that's awesome. You've written like actual novels. So trying to find my voice again after devastating heartbreak. I'm sorry to hear that you've gone through that, but sounds like you're doing like the healing, you know, and you're doing the work, and that I guess if you can heal yourself from the complex trauma, you know, it will mean that your next relationship you have will be good and be better, you know. And that's what I believe has prevented me in relationships, is the trauma that's gotten in the road. And you know, I'm glad that I'm finally going through this healing process, learning how to heal, and I'm optimistic that in the future I will be able to have a relationship, you know, that I'm not giving up on it, you know. but for a long time, I felt like it was just not possible. Um, Sixth Sense Amelia says, hello to those I've missed. Greetings, my apologies, scrolling text. It's difficult to read. Going to listen for a few minutes, give my eyes a rest. Yeah, cool. Well, that's the beauty of me reading out the chat. You can do that. You can just listen and you can hear what's going on in the chat. And then you can join back in later when you've had a rest, when your eyes have rested. We've got another new person here, Eric uh, Nenortas. How you going, brother? So yes, peace be with you, mate. Big hello from Florida. So we got a few people from Florida here today. We've got three. We had Alex here. We got Jody and you. So I hope that you didn't did. I hope you're in a spot where you didn't get hit by the hurricane as well. Eric says, yeah, today my mind will be calm and peaceful. My thoughts and actions will be gentle and kind. That's a beautiful comment. And that's great. It's like a mantra. You've self-affirmation and you're telling yourself, you know, if you tell yourself to be calm, you will become calm. Sixth Sense Amelia says, peace to, hey, Eric. Jody says, thanks. Oh, no, Jody says, that's so sad as I'm also sunset junkie. I've seen sunset in at least 6 states. Yeah, that would be awesome seeing it in all those different environments. I love the ones here in Oregon. Oh, so that's right. You're in Oregon, Jody. Yeah. And especially at the beach and it was Sharon. Sharon's in Florida. So Jody, you're in Oregon. So now I've got it sorted. I love the ones here in Oregon, especially at the beach. That's it, because you're on the west coast, so you get the sunset over the ocean, especially at the beach or at Smith Rocks near where I live. So Sky's back. Sky says, I'm at the shops. I'm going to take you all with me. How awesome's that? You're listening with your headphones while you're doing the shopping. You'll be in the aisle 7 and there'll be some strange stuff. You'll be like, how cool is that? Like you're shopping right now and you're listening to us chat. How cool is the internet? That is so cool. I've been chatting so long and I'm so far behind the chat. I will catch up though. Sixth Sense says with the thumbs up to Sky. And Sharon says, hi, Eric. I'm from Florida too. Sharon says, yeah, the tornado last week was 12 feet from my building. Wow. Because there was the tornadoes as well as the hurricanes, wasn't there? I saw like a big solar farm in Florida got smashed. All the solar panels just destroyed. 12 feet from your building, full on. You're in a says I'm in a condo complex. The place next to us had a lot of damage. The buildings next to me had some damage, but my place was okay. How amazing is that? Like, that's the thing with tornadoes, they can just go through. And there was that, in fact, we had like a tornado in this suburb where I live like 15 years ago, and it just destroyed the place. I came back the next day afterwards to help clean up, and it was just, I'll never forget it. Like, just trees were falling over everywhere and it was just trashed. Everything was just destroyed. And so, yes, we do get tornadoes in Australia. We had one. We had one last year too in near the Gold Coast, and it just destroyed the place. Australiana made. We've got another Aussie here. We've got a few Aussies here today, which is great. Accepting what I am, in shock daily. Acceptance is accepting what. Yeah, that's a really good comment. That I was. Oh wait, Accepting that I am in shock daily, that I was filmed in a shower for 7 years, covertly in a shower and distributed daily. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry to hear that happened to you for 7 years. You must be like, how are you dealing with that? Like, that is like, that's trauma. That's major trauma. Like, and you'd be, and that'd create paranoia because you'd be worried about it. Like, I had once, I had this happen to me in 2018. No, it was 2020. It happened to me. Someone had put a camera in a toilet, took a photo of me, and sent me. They made a meme out of it and sent it to me. And I did speak to a detective about it, and I was like, "What do I do?" And I was just like, I just shrugged it off. But I became sort of paranoid when that happened. I was like, "Who would do such a thing?" You know. But it does happen, and it's so um, yeah. And it was a major crime that was committed by it, like because it was sent to me through a digital carriage service. So there was a couple of crimes that were committed in this thing, and it was just to make fun of me. So it was someone that knew me, someone close to me, or was someone that had, you know, wasn't just random, and it was deliberately then targeted, sent to me. So I have had a similar thing, nothing compared to what you've just told me. That must just be that is really horrible. I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. Um, yeah. Um, so there isn't a book for that. Wow, there totally isn't. 7 years, man. Like, wow, you're strong. To you know, strong. Um, being mindful is being grateful. Absolutely. Wow, I'm still just 7 years that someone did that to you. Wow, like that is too much. I don't know how. Like, yeah, I became paranoid when that happened to me, right? And I just basically said, "Look, this is just someone that's trying to attack me," and I just sort of forgot about it after a while. I told a lot of people at what had happened to me, and I didn't show them the picture, but like I've kept it. I've got copies of it saved. You know, um, but yeah, who would do that sort of thing? I mean, clearly they just thought they were just making fun of me. But there's also sick people. There's some sick people in the world, man. So I'm really sorry that happened to you, Australian mate, Australiana. But yes, being mindfulness can help so much for dealing with stuff like that. You know, like you started with there with accepting that you're in shock. So acceptance is one of the main things in mindfulness, and being grateful is another big thing. That I'm just so sorry that happened to you, and for such a long period of time. We live in the age where this stuff happens. So, um, Yeah, it makes my experience seem like nothing because it was just a one-off thing. So, um, that's I don't want to trigger you, but I hope that you got justice somehow from that. Hope that they caught the people who were doing it. Um, uh, yeah, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. Jody says, yes, been doing mindful work for years, meditation on and off as well, but mostly just walking and hiking in nature is my favorite. That's You're doing the right things, you know. I'm so far behind in the chat here. We got M Hammond here. How you going? I don't think I've seen you here before. It's great to have you here. And M says here in Wimbledon. So that's awesome. You're in the UK. The Wombles of Wimbledon. I I remember the Wombles of Wimbledon. That's how old I am. I'm 46, so it was like a show from like 40 years ago. Jody says, I feel your emotional baggage has really dampened my writing. It does that. And it can be the thing that saves you as well. Like I do a lot of therapy, like where I write to get the pain out. And Sharon says Australiana. My gosh, I can't imagine. Yeah, I know. That's just full on. What awful betrayal and exploitation, amongst many other things. Yeah, multiple crimes were committed in that. Multiple crimes. Sixth Sense. Amelia says hello to Australiana. We've got another new person here. Hard Knock Studios. Hi from Canada. How you going? Hard Knocks. Good to see you here. It's just so we. I don't know if I think you might be the first Canadian that's been in the chat. That's awesome. Oh, maybe we had one. Oh, I don't know. I think you might be the first one. But yeah, you're welcome here, and like we just have these great chats. M Hammond says CPTSD sucks. I'm a writer too. It totally does. It's the worst thing, but you can heal from it. That's the great thing, that there is hope, and and writing. Get that um, get that trauma and put it into words and transmute it, turn it into gold. And Six Sense Amelia says with the wave to M Hammond says, hey, Six Sense Amelia. Six Sense says, hey to Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks says, hi Amelia. I'll be slowly catching up on the chat. I'm just I get distracted and I start chatting, and then everyone else is chatting, so it takes me. But when I do catch up to the chat, it's awesome, and I'm at the same spot. Um, uh, Sharon says the sound and feeling of the tornado coming was one of the scariest moments of my life. Like I couldn't imagine. Like I've been in some serious thunderstorms, but and we did have a cyclone, which is what you call hurricanes, we call cyclones, but tornadoes is something different. Um, I couldn't imagine what that would have sounded like. Just would have been so scary and traumatic, you know. M says one of the perks of living in the UK: no dangerous insects, no adverse weather conditions other than rain. Go go gadget umbrella. That's it. You don't have snakes and spiders in the UK. Jody says CPTSD recovery is about having a healthy relationship with myself. It's taken me a long time to get here, and I'm still working it out. That's a great comment, and I think that's the key, isn't it? Self-care, self-compassion, like, and once you establish that, you can really work on things, and then you can then, um, one of the biggest things that, for me, was like, denying myself, and I actually went through self-harm for a while, and that was, I had to go through forgiveness of that. I had to go through that process on top. So I was even causing myself, and that was the trauma, me not being able to process it or cope with it. And so I'm so fortunate that that was long, long time ago now. Um, and I'm doing what you say as far as that. Self care is something I'm working on. Um, and yes, definitely. Um, I've noticed a shift and a change in that, you know, when I started to be self-compassionate, and you do have to learn to love yourself, because you deny that, you and you're the most important person in your own life, so you should do that, and it's essential for healing the trauma. Once you can do that, you can then apply compassion towards even the, people that cause you pain. And so that's another thing that I've done, is going through forgiveness process and empathizing with the people who was in who, um, had hurt me, and or understanding, not necessarily, it's I couldn't I couldn't forgive everyone completely, but I allowed myself to do that. But I had to do that towards myself as well. I had to forgive myself, especially for, um, putting myself through, um, hurting myself, in a way. So, in it's, yeah. Australiana Made says, "Yeah, how am I alive? Your compassion is touching me." You're a really strong person. Like you. It sounds like you've, um, yeah. I stay at home. Australiana says, "Yeah, I stay at home a lot." Yeah, me too. Fully self isolate at the moment. I barely leave the house, but I can totally imagine. Well, I'm just thinking of the paranoia that I got when I had that photo sent to me, and it was through Facebook. It was sent through a message on Facebook, and then the person who sent the message, they were like, "I don't know." I said, "Where'd you get that from?" And so somehow it was. But what happened to me is nothing compared to what happened to you. That's just like, wow. How do you function? You're such a strong person. So I don't know how. I'm in a bit of shock with this, because it's like, what you've gone through is very extreme, very extreme. Multiple crimes were committed there, and you would have lost trust in people, and yeah. So I'll read your comment again from the start. So Australiana says, "Yeah, how am I alive? Your compassion is touching me. I stay at home a lot. Wow, you are sharing, and oh my god, no way I can help you trace that. I caught a oh what? You caught a pedo and 43 others. So that's you did get justice. So somehow you got justice for this. Wow. So okay, so you obviously that's how what happened. You went to you found out, and the feds or whoever were doing the case caught the people doing this. So that's good that there's justice in this. So because I was thinking what how like obviously something happened like you found out, but they caught 43 people. Wow, there was oh my gosh. So there's some sick people in this world. Uh, That's just Australiana, like yeah. Uh, I, I, I can't even speak at the moment. Like wow, and when I say wow, it's just like I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like you got justice. You somehow there was some justice. It sounds like people got caught over this. Six Sense. Amelia says Inspector Gadget umbrella. That's yeah, it's classic. That's to the M. Australiana Maid says Lissy Robbins lament. That's me. I'm going to write that down. He was an old friend, and just me, kids too. Is that the name of the song? You were saying, can I share a song? No. Yeah, yeah, that's it. So Missy Robbins lament. Yeah, I'll listen to that song later. I always do this stuff. Like I write down. See, look, I go to the beach. I've got to go to the beach, and I got Lissy Robbins lament. So I'm going to look that up. So I'm guessing that song means something very personal, and the lyrics mean a lot to you. And so, Sharon says, I was literally about to say, who does something like that? Yeah, exactly. I really don't understand most people in this world. Some people just have such a vile spirit in them. Yes, they certainly do. And like, we live in an era where it's like I'm sitting here in front of a camera, there's cameras everywhere, like, and people can just put them like it's just sick and twisted that people do that stuff. um I'm yeah, I you're such a strong person to have gotten through this stuff, Australiana, and like it sounds like you got some form of justice in that they caught when 43 people were caught. So detectives did their work, and they helped you by the sounds of it. And I hope that you're wow, this is just too much. I couldn't imagine. Like I hope I'm not triggering you by being shocked in such shock myself, but like I would be a complete nervous wreck. I would lose. I would lose trust. In going anywhere, or like, but it happened in your own home. So they set it up in your own home. There are some sick people in this world, and the technology has made it easy for them. So I mean, this just makes what happened to me seem trivial. I was able to sort of shrug it off after a while, but it really messed me up for a while, and it did make me paranoid. What actually helped me was telling people. what had happened to me, you know. And I did go to a detective, and I decided not to take it further. The detective said to me, most likely it's someone you know, and they were just doing it to um, hurt you or make fun of you. But what had happened to you was completely different. They were that is perverse. That what they so oh look, um, this guy says, I'm about to check out a unit to move into if I can afford the money. That's awesome. That's right. You're talking about moving away from. You're talking about going to North Queensland or something. So you're going to stay on the sunny coast, maybe. So hopefully you get the unit. Um, oh, here we go. I'm so far behind on the chat. Wow, I am so far behind in the chat. Um, yeah, M says CPTSD for me was childhood and adulthood abuse. All forms of trauma is undeniably hard, but we are still fighting. I highly recommend EMDR. So there you go. That's good because I have heard that EMDR doesn't work for everyone, but if it worked for you, that's really awesome. And it can have like a really the power of EMDR is it can have an immediate effect, like it can be profound. So yeah, I'm what happened to me was I had very traumatic experiences as a child and some extended. I had combination of things for my CPTSD, um, and I also had a lot of adult trauma. So 17, 18, from 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 27. So almost like every year there was a couple of years where it seemed like nothing had happened, but and then I had when I was um, in my 30s, I had 4 years of um, severe trauma, one like one or two traumas a year. So like it's bad enough when you have childhood trauma, but when you have adult trauma on top of that, it is just horrible. And CPTSD, it's not always from childhood. You can have it at any age. Um, the if you have CPTSD from childhood, the downside is that it's affected your development of your brain as well, and affected you for a longer period. But that's not to deny that people who have had a regular sort of life and then go through extreme trauma through adult life, that it's you know I'm tr- yeah, everyone's trauma is unique to themselves, and so hard to that's why it's so hard to sort of explain. And so for me, I categorize them into different things, like whether they're traumas that cause flashbacks or triggering, where I get so they different traumas have different flashbacks and different triggering effects. Um, but thank you for your comment there, Em. Thanks for sharing. There's a lot of sharing tonight of our traumas. This doesn't always happen. We don't know what we're going to talk about when we have start these chats, and so this has been quite a healing thing for us to be able to talk about this stuff. Jody says, "I'm sorry for what happened to you. Yeah, that's major betrayal trauma. I didn't go through what you did. Mine was betrayed by an ex, but I'm recovering from betrayal trauma as well." So that Jody's had a similar thing happen as well, and that is painful that that stuff happens. And one a thing that happens is yeah, they call it revenge porn or something like that. So people that have had private stuff and it's their actual ex partner doing it, to get back at them, and that's serious abuse and a crime. Again, it's another crime. Australiana says, sharing this heals others. Thank you for sharing. You're very strong to have been able to share what you've shared with us tonight or this morning. I keep thinking it's night time because I usually stream at night. But thank you for sharing. Like I hope you're doing better now. Like, and that'll just would it. You're strong to be able to, and you got justice somehow from what it sounds like. So that's Sixth Sense says, yeah, listening with the I don't even know what that emoji is. Like it's like a letterbox or something. M Hammond says, yeah, I'm sorry for you all. You may not think you're brave, but you all are. That's a beautiful comment. It's empathy and courage and compassion right there, and resilience. That's showing resilience. Australiana says, yeah, I fought for victims in court. One picture is the same as 1,000, brother. Oh, look, yeah, but yeah, I do see what you mean, but it. What happened with, I think, for me though, I think it was targeted. Like it was literally just targeted to attack me. So it wasn't distributed, and or maybe it was. Maybe it was. Um, but yeah, and it was most likely from what it was. It was placed in a toilet, so it captured me. Um, that's how I could tell. I basically worked out where it was taken. But yeah, thank you for your comment and that. But like, I still, I feel I don't even know how I shrugged it off. Like I I think what happened to me was I I told people that what had happened, and I did go to a detective and ask for advice, and I decided not to try and pursue it because I figured it was a personal attack and to just shrug it off. And I thought, who would do such a thing? Really. Um, um, so yeah, nature is perfect, says Australiana. Yes, it is. It's such a healing thing. And see, look, this is how far behind I am on the chat. M says, "Oh, yep, the Wombles of Wimbledon. I'm 43. There you go. So you're from the era where you remember that show, the Wombles of Wimbledon. Happy are we? Such a classic." Lawrence Davies, how you going, Lawrence? I haven't seen you here before, so you're welcome here. And we have friendly chats, and you sounds like you're fellow sufferer of CPTSD as well. Um, Lawrence says, brother, I've been using somatic technique to heal my CPTSD. I'm 8 years in and it's bloody painful, but I think I'm finally getting to the really deeply held stuff. So you've been working on it for 8 years. That's really powerful that so it does take time. Hey, like, I think, you know, I first started sort of processing my trauma, um, 10 years ago, like finally actually, starting it. And then I didn't actually start doing anything. Well, it was then over the last few years, I started processing it. Sorry, 6 years more, but I'm only in this last 3 years. I've been really doing the work, and then um, of getting results in this last year. So it does take time. So, and I'm just Lawrence. Thanks for your comment there, brother. I I've got two books on somatic healing that I'm picking up from the library next week. I'll read out what they're called. I mean, so that was something I said at the start of the chat. Like I just bought all these books, um, and I'm just finishing the second polyvagal book. So I'm going to start doing more of these reviewing books. I've talked about Body Keeps the Score and Pete Walker's book, Surviving and Thriving. But I'm going to, as I read books, I'm going to review them and talk about them. So the two books I've got, which I'm going to pick up on Monday, are Heal the Body, Heal the Mind, a somatic approach to moving beyond trauma, and The Wakeful Body, Somatic Mindfulness as a Path to Freedom. So I really look forward to reading those two books. And Hard Knocks Studio says, yeah, I have CPTSD also. I would love to talk with you for your practice. Absolutely. Get my emails. If you're talking to about me, yeah, I got my email account in the YouTube bio, and I'm happy to chat on email or Skype or Zoom or something. This is a really healing session of chat. I'm so glad that I decided to do this stream today, because tomorrow is like the first book. We started a book club, and tomorrow's going to be not talking about trauma, or we'll be talking about the book, and there's a bit of trauma in the book. But we'll be talking about the book. So it's really great to have this chat today, and it's profound. This means a lot to me that we are all here right now. We're all present here at this moment, sharing and healing. We're sharing our healing, and we're healing at the same time, and inspiring each other. So, but yeah, Hard Knock Studio. If you want to get in contact with me, my email address is or my Instagram. They're links on my page, YouTube page. Malaria. Good to meet you. Welcome. Hello, brother. Says Malaria. Hello to you, brother. Malaria says, may God bless you. Thank you so much. So it's amazing, all these new people here today. It's the time zone thing, because I normally stream in the evening in Australia, which is it really only suits UK. It makes it difficult for people in America. Australiana says, "You guys are softening the morning. Bless. I downloaded, delivered USBs, and put them in the special wing. Self-regulation is underrated. How not to hurt someone is an interesting tip for a mum." That's there's a lot in that. That's several sort of comments there. Yeah. Wow. So you had to actually do the. So you discovered what was happening, and then you got the evidence yourself, and then this person's now in prison, or not just one person, maybe a couple of people doing prison time for this. So you got justice, but the main perpetrator, the one that was actually doing the thing, is now in. Like, good on you, Australian made Australiana, like, for being brave, for sharing with us today, and for doing what you did to like that would have been the. I saw this week on ABC there was a 7:30 report. I think there was a special report on similar thing where um, a university student had this like stalker make use her photos and make adopted images, and it was really sickening what this person did. And it turned out it was the bartender of the club she used to go to, and she'd go there every week, a couple times a week. And it turned out the bartender at the club was doing this really sick stuff, and they caught him, and he was very like I there was a in the it'll be on iView if you want to watch it. Um, and it was pretty confronting. It was very upsetting. Um, and this person hadn't just done it to this one woman. He'd done it to a whole bunch of them. And there was a healing thing for them where they actually, the victims, when they got the guy in court, they they all met each other, and this woman is saying it was the freakiest thing because um, because of the case, she already knew all these people because they'd had this thing, voyeurism thing done, and this was really sick. This was like they were. There's some there are some sick, twisted people in this world. You know, good on you, Australiana Made, for doing that work, and you've part you know you hope I hope you're healing from this now. And I know you said that it is painful that you hardly leave the house. I hardly leave the house because of anxiety. Like, that's nothing compared. Like, I you know I really feel for you. Like, I think we all are really. Um, I I I just don't have word. I can't speak properly. It's just that the fact that you got justice though is such a powerful thing. Music lover says hello with the hands. I don't think I've seen you here before, music lover, and it's nice to have you here. Um, we're having a really powerful sharing session, talking about our trauma and our healing. Sixth Sense Amelia says underground, overground, Wombleton. wombling free, wombles of Wimbledon, common are we? Making good use of the things that we find, the things that everyday folks leave behind. There you go. We got another someone in their 40s or something, because that's how long ago. You'd have to be like 40 years old to remember that show. River Rat is another new person here. You're welcome to be here. Like, good to see you here. Like, um, River Rat says, I got CPTSD from repeat trauma in the US. And yeah, I've been isolated for 4 or 5 years. Sucks. We got to have, River Rat continues, we got to have self care or nothing changes. That's absolutely true. And I'm sorry to hear that you've had repeat traumas as well. Um, for me, that's that, like, you know, that isolated for 4 to 5 years is a long time. So I hope that you know, um, you know, yeah. It's when you become isolated, it it is hard to break out of that. When you lose trust in people and betrayal, deep betrayal, and um, like I'm afraid to be in social settings. Even though I know that there's so many good people in the world, I've lost so much trust that I just don't know what to do. And I do have some friends, and I hadn't seen. Um, I pushed most of my friends away over the years, and um, yeah, I've had betrayal. Betrayal is the worst because you lose trust. If it comes from someone close to you, and then you don't know the next, then you can't put trust in anyone. Once trust is lost. Um, Sky's Sky's still here. So Sky was shopping before listening to us. So it's good to see you still here, Sky. Sky says, I've unfortunately acted very poorly because of low self esteem, body image, CPTSD has taken so much from me. I need to heal. I I um I can empathize with you on that. Is that I've hurt people, or I've treated people badly because of my trauma. And um um it is a byproduct of it. But I believe that you're on the healing path, and I understand that body image, self esteem too. You know, um, growing up, I grew man boobs, and like so I've always had this. Um, 2 years ago, I got so fit, and it was trying to impress this woman, but it was like um, I'd gotten so fit that I was the first time I went swimming since I was like 8 years old without a shirt on because body image, you know. So when I was in high school, everyone used to come up and grab my man boobs and stuff. Even women would do it, but the blokes would all do it, and they'd laugh. And so like, humans can be the cruelest things. And so for me, that sort of bullying um, had a lasting effect. It really did, and affected my body image. And so um, I finally got to that point 2 years ago where I was so fit that I could go swimming, and I actually had like Arnie Schwarzenegger type pecs. But now I'm fat again, and so that was the man boobs were still there, but I had so much muscle that it didn't bother me. Body image is and low self esteem and all that stuff. It's such a difficult thing. such a difficult thing. We got to, and that goes back to what people have been saying in the chat earlier. Is we got to learn to love ourselves and have self compassion and self care and self love. It's got to be, you know, and it's crucial in healing. Malaria says, I can't sleep waking up with some kind of innate feeling. That's, yeah, I've been having a lot of, well, I had insomnia for a while, over the last few months, and I'm having nightmares at the moment. Really, really weird, the really weird, vivid nightmares, and yeah, and I'll just wake up, and I'll just be like in shock from the dream. But I think that's happening because I've been processing traumas a lot. Like I've been in the last 6 months, I've been going through a list and working on them, and so I've been exposing myself to it all, and that's why, like, I've had to go through the I think the nightmares I'm having are a reflection of the processing. Um, Jody Starlinghall says, my self harm was drinking too much wine. I quit in December. Good on you for quitting, Jody. Um, Eating healthy, exercise, lost 50 pounds. Things are getting better. Loving myself up now. That's awesome. Yeah, getting off the alcohol, like, just, I was alcoholic. I you know, self harm with the alcohol and cannabis for, I mean, like, it allowed me to function. The alcohol and the smoking and the drinking, I was able to work and get through and get to sleep. So the alcohol and the pot would allow me to sleep. But now that I do still occasionally drink, but I don't, nothing. It's only like a couple times a week, and I'm gonna, you know, cut it out completely. And I haven't smoked pot now. I don't know how many months it is. I think it's 4 months or 5 months. Might even be 6 months. I should have written down when I quit, because then I'd know how long it's been. So it's maybe 5 months, but I feel great for not smoking. So good on you for quitting the drinking. Um, it's so easy it's so easy to start that habit. It starts off like as just a little bit, and then it becomes daily, and then you're drinking, 2 bottles of wine and a 6 pack of beer. And it's just not good. Um, Australiana says, I think you'd be 10 times better than Teddy Swims. I can hear your tone and would like a song, please. How did you know? Like, I do have a good singing voice. So um, I can't sing for you right now. I do have a song on, I actually have a song on my YouTube where I sing. I'll put a link in the, um, I'll put a link in the chat. I'll try and catch up to the chat, but if you want to hear me sing, I will. I'll do it. I'll do it right now, so that, um, just bear with me. It's going to take me a while. Here we go. I think it was Australiana was mentioning. So that link I just put in, I mean, you can search for it on my page, but I have all different, like I have got, there's noise music and stuff on my YouTube channel. So like you might come across stuff that you'll be like, what's going on here? Like, I don't want to listen to this, but then, I do have like classical music, like classical guitar stuff and then noise music. So it's like, um, but that link I just put in there is that's me singing, and it's a song I wrote about like Plato's cave, the wall, not the wall, the cave. It's called Shadows on the Wall. Um, so you can hear my singing voice. Um, Resonant Reflection says, I agree with you. That's I'm trying. I won't know who you're agreeing to there with that, but like probably me because I'm the one talking, but I don't know. And because I'm so far behind in the chat, like um, Six Sense, Amelia says, you're all unlocked a core memory, lol, the Womble song. Totally. Fully takes me back to like, I can just totally see them and the way I used to like walk and like, there was like four of them or five of them or something, and they all had names or something, but they were freaky looking. I remember it just being like, what are these? These are freaky. Like it, you know. M. Hammond says, just remember, you're all beautiful people with the X with the kiss. I'm getting to bed, sleep hygiene, and all that jazz. Thank you for sharing. Hope to catch up soon. Catch you all soon. Thanks for being here, M. Like I'm so far behind in the chat, you've probably left the chat by now, and you're probably asleep by now. But thank you so much for joining, and it was great to have you here. Because yeah, obviously UK time right now it's late, so it's getting late. Sky says, awesome to Jody. It's awesome you've got off the drinking. Good on you for that and losing all that weight. Six Sense Amelius says the emoji. I don't even know what that emoji is. It's a box with like a letter in it or something. I'm interested in what it is, but I can't. I've got to catch up on the chat. Australiana says sweet dreams, Em. Resonant Reflection says still working on forgiveness, but yeah, it is. It does take a lot to forgive, and I did like forgiveness, formal forgiveness, and then it didn't work. I ended up harboring pain and anger towards certain people, even after I'd actually gone through this forgiveness thing. So sometimes you actually have to go through it a few times and keep forgiving them. Same thing as like letting go of trauma or stuff, like just letting it go. Sometimes you do, and then it comes back again. So you've got to let go of it again. And sometimes you might just keep having to let go of it until eventually it, it finally happens. And one thing, with yeah, forgiveness is something, but I tell you, forgiveness it is crucial in being able to forgive it, in moving on, and sometimes it's um it's such a painful thing. It's easy to forgive people when they make a mistake. It's harder when it's malicious, when someone's been malicious. Sky says, I've got to go soon. Hope you all have a great day, night. Thanks for being here, Sky. And I'll probably see you on tomorrow night. We got book club, so you've got 24 hours to read Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood if you haven't been reading it. And it's on YouTube as an audio book, so you can always listen to it in the meantime. M says, Australian made, thank you with the kiss, thank you too when it's time. Thanks for being here, Em. Sky says, thanks again, Luke and everyone. Resident Reflection says, I have to go too soon, but looking forward to tomorrow night. Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to it. And, it's been great having you here too, Resident Reflections. So, and Sky and Em as well. So it seems like the three of you are going to leave the stream soon. Thank you for being here and contributing and sharing. Six Cents Amelia's got the daisy for M. M says, Six Cents Amelia with the kiss. Australiana says, sorry for the shock. Paranoia is prevention, but trusting compass is out the window. I love fishing. That's an awesome comment, how you brought it all back to what you want to do, what you love, what your passion is. So it's like, yeah, trusting compass out the window. Like, I totally understand how, you would just not trust anyone now. You'd just be, that's ultimate betrayal, what happened to you. Six Cents Amelia's got the flower for Sky. But someone new here, Weaselbox. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome here. We're having a, we're sharing some some of our traumas tonight, and we're sharing what we're doing to heal. It's been a very healing chat tonight. So yeah, but that's a great thing, Weaselbox. What you said, keep staying busy. It does help staying busy. I go through cycles of procrastination, and that's one byproduct of CPTSD is procrastination, and it happens in cycles. So I will stop doing things, but then once I start doing things again, it's amazing how much things get better. So keeping busy is a really important thing, because as soon as you become idle and procrastinate, all your problems become worse, because you've got all this time to focus on, and that's all you end up focusing on, and it just gets worse and worse. So Sixth Sense says, to the flower to resonant. Weaselbox says, remember the Tin Man is another song you might like. All right, I'll write that down. Weaselbox, it's got the smiley face, old school, where it's type it in emoji. Sixth Sense Amelia says hello to Weasel Resonant. Reflection says this is shocking. Weasel, what? Where are we? I'm so far behind. Yeah, Weasel says high six. Weasel says trust takes time and starts small. Yeah, you do. You have to. You can once you lose trust, you can sort of you can regain. You can start trusting again. It's very difficult though. But boundaries is a great thing. Um, it allows you to put some trust in people and protect yourself. Um, Jody Starling Hall says, M. Hammond, same for me, years of therapy, but what really helped me was this last time was breaking the cycle of hurt. Me was loving myself. It's not easy thing, but don't give up. Weasel Box says, um, just remember the Tin Man. Yeah, I will. I've written down the song. Jody Hall says, yeah, let me clarify. I've done years of therapy, but EMDR did not work for me. I still recommend the therapy. It did make me feel better. Yeah, that's the thing. I have heard that it doesn't always work for everyone. M. Hammond says, I'm still here. Oh no, I've read that one. Oh no. M. Hammond says to me, yeah, I'm still here. I had to try EMDR, and as I was want to feel better. I feel you. I don't leave my home. It caused FND, especially brain damage. Every trauma is unique. Big hugs. Um, Section 9. How you going, Section 9? Good to see you here. Um, thank you for all. Thank you all for creating this space, and thank you for our hosts for being vulnerable and being authentic. It's hard and not getting easier, getting harder. Even connecting is lost art, and it is. It is. It's such a difficult thing. You know, um, I get so much out of having these chats, and it's you know it's like a nice community that we have, and eventually, like, we're going to try and set up like a somehow like a chat thing with WhatsApp or something like that, but we're not going to rush into it. Like, I'm just going to keep doing the streams once a week at least, and then you know I'm going to try and do these early morning streams because it makes it easier for people in different time zones to join. Like, today's just been amazing. So, um, Jody says, much love to you all and healing. Please do not give up on yourselves. It takes courage to walk this path. I must go, but I hope I can catch you all again. Peace. Six Sense Amelia says, with the butterfly for Jody. Yeah, thanks for being here, Jody. And we'll all catch up again. Like, it's amazing. It's like all these new friends, basically. M. Hammond says, I'm here, but with my eyes closed. Soothing voice, Mr. Johnson. Thank you. Well, see, that's so. I've got the voice will help me with the mindfulness, so I'll be able to, like, hopefully, my if I do have a calming voice, that means I can do mind guided meditations, and people can actually um, work for them. So it's actually something it's a bonus for me, you know. So thank you very much for that comment. It's given me confidence. Six Sensimilia says as a flower for section 9. Australian Made Australiana says it is possible to decide not to think about the event, regardless of being triggered. Knowing what the trigger was a few minutes ago becomes second place. If not focusing on me, life is easier. That's a really good comment. And it is possible to decide. You're absolutely right. And there is, with mindfulness, there is a practice of that. And there's several practices within mindfulness where you train yourself to do that, and you allow yourself not to think about the thing, and you're containing it, you're keeping it at a distance. But knowing that once you're triggered, you can't just instantly get it out of your head. It's going to be there. So, and this is the thing that's explained is the so I keep adjusting my beanie because it looks funny. With thoughts, they only last for so long in our minds. So once you get triggered, if you can prevent it from keeping it going, you can it will dissipate, and it's 1 to 2 minutes, even less, can be 30 seconds. But so if you get triggered, you can within minutes get out of that triggered state and then re-regulate. And so it is possible, and they've shown it with fMRI image. Oh, sorry, excuse me, that was rude of me. With fMRI, they've shown how it works, that thoughts can dissipate. You can but the key is to not think about it, but have it there and know what the trigger is. And then that's a very really good comment there, Australiana, is that identifying that you're triggered. And there's in the Pete Walker book, there's a checklist. I can't remember what chapter it was, but there's a checklist, and you can get it off his website for identifying triggers and how to, and because that's one of the hardest thing is identifying that you are triggered and then dealing with it. So once and this is where mindfulness and yoga or meditation, but especially mindfulness, being able to read your inner state, your being, or your emotions and your feelings, the more that you train yourself to be able to do that, the more power you will have over and identifying, and so when and that's what I'm doing more and more now, is I'm actually reading the emotions and the feelings and sensing where they are in my body and actually really feeling them. So yeah, so that's a really good comment, Australiana. M says, the Professor Bessel van der Kolk. Body keeps a score. Yeah, read it. Insightful. Radios. I'm going to sleep. Maybe just half an hour with the kiss. Thanks for being here, M. Hammond. Really, it's been a really nice to meet you, and we've all enjoyed company. And I just finished reading that Body Keeps the Score a few weeks ago, and it was, profound book. And it's a really good book. Everyone should read it. It is triggering, because there was a few parts in it that were triggering for me. But you're going to get that with those books. And when I mentioned that to the trauma counselor the other day, um, I think the 3 books I just bought aren't gonna be as triggering. I think they're gonna sort of not necessarily go into details with certain things. So, I'll start reviewing those books as I read them. So, that's what I'm gonna start doing more and more is reviewing and talking about the books. 'Cause, I you know, that's I get referred to read books, and then I read them, and then I can see why that I've been referred because they're so powerful. Body Keeps the Score is really good book, and it gives hope, you know? Um, so where are we? I'm so far behind in the chat, you know? I don't even know. I was There's like 10. I haven't been looking at the, um wow, it's 37 likes. That's amazing. I don't think I've ever had that many likes on any of my videos. Wow. See, that's how powerful this chat's been tonight, you know? Um, Hard Knocks Studio says, "Thank you. I will email you. My name is Lee." Well, it's been great to meet you, Lee. And yeah, I look forward to your email and we can chat and talk further. Um, yeah, I mean, it has been a really powerful morning here. I'm glad I did this stream. I really am. I'm glad we all got to meet each other today, and we've all been present and we've all been sharing some personal stuff, and it's been healing, and we've been talking about our healing as well and what we do, and we've been encouraging each other, inspiring each other, and empathizing with each other too. Um, Australiana Maid says book club with the exclamation marks beats church. Lol. Yeah, totally. So if you haven't, if you weren't here for the first, like, if you weren't here going through the first book club, tomorrow night there'll be we'll be picking the next book out for next month. So we give it a month to read the book. So yeah, I look forward to you joining the book club if you know. Um, and yeah, we'll randomly pick the next book from the. We started off with 10 books and we're down, so we got 9, and I think we'll just sort of go through most of them, or after, like, say 5 months, we might add a few more, um, and then keep the random thing going. Oh, Sharon, totally. I'm not feeling lonely at all now. No. Sharon says, I hope you're not feeling lonely now. Not at all. This has really lifted my spirits and really made my day. You know, it's it's, it's been really healing, and I feel a warm sensation in my heart. I feel really comfortable and at ease. So yeah, Sixth Sense Amelia says, yeah, I'm glad you decided to do this live stream, and I'm glad to meet everyone too. It has been amazing. There you go. Hard Knocks has followed me on Insta, so we can chat there too, Lee. You know, and awesome. Sixth Sense Amelia has got the ladybug for M. Sir Pseudonyms. Good to see you here, Sir Pseudonyms. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat before. You're welcome to our friendly conversation tonight. Um, you know, Glad you're here. We've been. It's been a really healing night. day. I keep saying night because I usually do streams at night, and it's like 10 o'clock in the morning now. But yeah, so Pseudonym says, hello, Luke, and everyone, wishing you all the best. We've got another new person, Missy's message. How you going, Missy? Good to see you here. You're welcome here. Like, we have good friendly chats here. And Missy says hi with the hand emoji, and six cents Amelia says waving to Sir Pseudonyms, and also Amelia waving to Missy as well. Tony B says, keep your head up, sir. That's great. Thank you. You know, things are pretty good generally, you know. I did have a bit of a few days this week where I was pretty distraught because I did get triggered. But then I went through I had a close friend where we shared a couple of traumas with each other, and that helped me decompress from the triggering state I was in. And then I had an amazing chat with my trauma counselor the next day, and since then things have gotten better, you know. But I still have this, you know, like when you get the trigger was for a trauma that made me sad, and so I've it's still there's still a bit of that there sadness. But I have gotten through a lot this week, and I am in a pretty good state. And you know, I'm certainly not as lonely as I was when I started the stream this morning. Australiana says the judge's reaction was the same as yours. I might womble to the water and be a bit free, with the smiley face. See you for book club. Awesome, Australiana. So nice to meet you. And like, you know, book club tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, and like that's Queensland time, so it'll be 7 o'clock if you're in New South Wales, Victoria, and so, but it'll adjust on your YouTube anyway to the time zone, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, 6 o'clock Queensland, 7 o'clock New South Wales, Victoria, at Canberra ACT. So nice to meet you, Australiana mate. So yes. And it's good to see you've got a plan to do something for today. You know, you're going to go do something. 6 Cents Amelia says, I have to go now. Awesome to see you, Luke. I've enjoyed being here with you and friends. We'll definitely see you again soon. Take care and be safe, everyone. Be kind to yourself and others. That's a beautiful comment. Thank you so much. It has been really nice. Hard Knock Studio says, take care, Six. Nice to meet you also. Got another new person to the chat, Seizure Girl. Good to see you here, Seizure. And yeah, welcome to the chat. Seizure says CPTSD can happen from others' betrayal and betrayal of self. I was recruited into prostitution at 19 by a guy, and I really liked, and I let so much happen to me, and it's like, how could I allow that? You were manipulated into it. So that's the thing, you know. And then obviously there's that pain of you know, blaming yourself. Like, it's manipulators are so cunning, like that you know, so that's a difficult thing, and what you went through is pretty full on, like extremely full on, and that's ultimate betrayal, is being actually put through that by someone you really liked, and I've seen in documentaries about um, uh, how people are manipulated into prostitution, and they're betrayed into it, they're tricked into it, and then the relationship between the pimp and the um, prostitute becomes this dynamic that it's very hard for them to actually get away from it. And so thank you for sharing. You've made yourself very vulnerable there to share all that stuff. So, and you're a really strong person to be able to do that. And you've um that's totally, I could, like, that's some severe trauma that 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 you've endured with that, and for that to happen for you at that age too, so um, I hope you're on a healing path now, and you know that's serious betrayal, and these manipulators are so cunning. They know how to get people to do things, and so manipulation and coercion is such a. I'm easily led, like, I find it so difficult for me to put up a barrier and to protect myself, you know. Hard Knock Studio says, Seizure Girl, give yourself some grace. You are 19, barely not a child. Don't beat yourself up. That's it. Yeah. You know, you're really strong to have been able to share that with us, what you went through. Um, Seizure Girl says, Australian Maid says, thanks. Seizure Girl says, I forgave myself. I got out in 2017, and the man who brought me into it, we had a child together. We saw one another at our worst before he died last year. Saw one another at our best. That's full on. Like, that's like, so um you you that's it's hard to even, but it's hard to even think of how I can talk. Um but you've really pushed through with this, and um the way that you've sort of processed it and looked at it now is, you know it's amazing how much you can really look at it, and how I don't know, so because there'd be so much pain there still, but to it sounds like that you've been able to come to terms with it as well, somehow, and um Australiana Maid says, if someone walks into your space and asks for forgiveness, it's a complete process. Otherwise, it's only one way, and we must know that. That's a really good comment. It really is, like, it needs to be two way for, and then healing can happen that way. You know. Um, Seisha Girl says, I forgave the man who coerced me into prostitution, pimped me out. It took years. but he had a horrible childhood, no dad, no guidance, and I'll never forget the day I begged for forgiveness. So it's such a hard thing to forgive, such a betrayal, but like you're able to empathize with the situation that that he he had a difficult, horrible childhood himself, so you're able to show grace or give grace towards that, which can allow the forgiveness process. That's really powerful. Hard Knock Studio says, Luke, you should make a Discord. Yeah, we've talked about Discord, but like, um, it's got to be um, accessible for Braille, because to be to be fair, so it might have to be a WhatsApp or some other one, and so that's the only reason why we haven't set one up yet, is because it needs to be accessible with the Braille technology. Um, so it's certainly on the cards to set up a permanent, like a server or a group chat, email chat, something like that. Um, but we're working on it, and it will be great healing place. Um, and we can have a section on there for the books, lists of all the books to read, best videos, interviews to watch, healing techniques, breathing techniques, all this sort of stuff, stretching. Um, it's going to happen. Hard Knocks. We're gonna do it. We're gonna build one. Just haven't done it yet because Discord is probably the best um, app for it. But look at this. I haven't shaved for a few days, so I didn't want to take my beanie off because I when I haven't shaved my head, I don't like if it's not neat, and so my beanie's been a thing I've been adjusting all night. And now I'm self conscious of it. But yeah, we're working on it. We've got another new person here, Joni Wangarden. Um, Welcome here, Joni. Joni says, dropping in randomly, bless you for for talking and gathering people. The number will grow if you continue your work. Thank you. It's been amazing tonight. Like we've had a really a good, happy, friendly, and very deep. There's been a lot of painful things being discussed tonight. Well, I keep saying tonight, it's daytime, but like, um, thank you so much for being here, and it's great that you got here. And like, you know, I will continue to do these streams at this early morning thing because it means that it works good for us time zones. So it's um, yeah, I'm going to keep doing once or twice a week. I'm going to do streams, and I always do one on a Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, Australia time, and I reckon I'm going to do a second stream once a week at this sort of times, early morning Australia time, because it seems to work for other time zones, so that everyone gets a chance to. Because this has been like so healing, this chat today. Um, Australiana says, I'll look up Pete Walker being able to have of an idea in identifying where it's. Oh, that just message disappeared as I was reading it. But yeah, yes, Pete Walker is definitely worth checking out. His book is amazing, Australiana. Hard Knock Studios. What is the book for book club? Anyone know? Yeah, it's Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood, and so you've got 24 hours to read it because we're going to be talking all about the story and the characters and the plot or the storyline. So um, if you haven't read it and you want to, um, just don't, and you don't want spoilers, then don't. You can still get the book and then read it and then watch the stream when you in replay. And so we're going to pick out next month's one next tomorrow. So when we pick out next month's, you'll have a month for that one. But it was an amazing book. Like it's one of the best books I've ever read as far as a powerful story. Hard Knocks. Oh yeah, I just read that one. So yeah, Norwegian Wood by Haruki Murakami. There's audio book version of it on YouTube somewhere if you do a search for it. So you know, in the next 24 hours, if you want to listen to the audio book, you can do that, and you'll be caught up. Or you know, I bought it off. I've got it on my tablet and phone and that, and I think it was $15 or something to buy from Google Store. Um, Australiana says, "I feel less lonely too." You're from Bribey. See, I'm Brizzy. So there you go. We're not far from each other. Nice. It's a nice place there. Um, you know, it's so nice to meet you, Australiana. You know, and you know you're really strong and um, very brave for sharing with us what you went through. So Research Tube says, "Hey, thank you for doing this. EFT tapping has very beneficial help." Yes, yeah, tapping definitely. I need to learn more about it, but I did read this book, Accessing the Healing Power of the Vagus Nerve, and in it they've got a diagram of pressure points, and it shows like places where um, tapping on the head, but yeah, shoulders. You know, I need to learn more about tapping because yeah, it does help. Um, yeah, that's it. Research Tube continues. Yeah, also don't believe EMDR helps with complex trauma. I've heard that it doesn't work always, that it works for some people and it doesn't work for complex trauma, whereas it does work for um, regular PTSD. That, you know, the most success that it's happened for people is people who've got single event traumas and it has like fixed it. Um, um, but yeah, Research Tube continues. Um, but if I alter some of the language with the rewiring of the subconscious mind, I think that's a key to it. Is you have to in letting go or reprocessing. You do have to somehow adjust things, and it was explained really well on this video I saw where um, you know, it's essentially like the um, the trauma is actually stored in your long term memory, and it's a disconnect. So like it gets triggered and then it comes back into your working memory or your active memory. So there's a way to reprogram. So that's part of bringing the trauma up and then processing it. And part of that is that talking to your self-conscious, so not self-conscious, subconscious. So you need to re realign what the memory is, and then say to yourself, "You're safe now, and you've let go of it, and you're moving on." And um, it can help with that reprogramming. It's like reprogramming your because it's ingrained. Um, for me, it just I still have. I mean, I'm not getting the same triggers responses that I used to get. So the processing has worked for some most of them actually. Really, I'm not getting flashbacks in the same way I used to, and the the major traumas that I've processed in the last year, I test them out and I think about them and I read read my body and I analyze my feelings and my state. Sometimes I'll test my pulse, and I'm not, you know, it's not triggering me, and I'm not getting the flashbacks, which were horrible. It used to be like if I got triggered, I'd have a flashback, and then I'd go through I'd be stuck in it, and then I'd be in a triggered state. But I'm testing it out with these things where it's like it's painful and it's sad and I'm getting upset by it, but I'm not getting trapped by it. And then a few minutes later, I'm able to get back to what I'm doing. And to me, that's proof that the the trauma has actually been processed. That it no longer has that same effect. So, Preppy, how you going, Preppy? It's another new person here, right here with you. Thanks for making space for all of us this evening. Thank you for being here, Preppy. And it's been a really, it's been a beautiful healing evening, morning. I keep saying evening, but it's morning here. It's 10 o'clock in the morning here. How long have you been going? 3 hours 30. That was when I just looked up. It was 3 hours 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Exactly when I looked up. So that's funny when that happens. Um, but yeah, welcome to the chat, Preppy. It's great to see you here, and it has been a really nice, um, amazing chat today. Like we've really been working through some stuff, and it's really great to hear people having positive effect, like they've gotten through it's obviously stuff still causing a lot of pain, but I'm hearing people saying that they have had success in healing, which is such a good thing. It really is good. Um, so yeah, I'll keep doing streams at this time, early morning again, like so that it works good for the different time zones. Research Tube says, yeah, and nervous system, especially in a trigger. It's been very bad week though. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you've had some triggers this week. That's it. At the start of the stream, I talked about my trigger this week and how it was because I'd processed this major trauma. There were these other ones that were secondary to the major one, and they were connected to it. And after I'd processed the major one, the secondary ones became dominant, but they weren't the same. They had different trigger responses. So they had like I was still really upset by him, and when I was triggered by him, it put me in a dissociated state. So I was dissociated for a couple of days this week, and uh, I processed it through a lengthy private chat with a close friend, where we both shared a few traumas with each other, and it was a very healing thing. And then, so I managed to go from being triggered this week to reasonably good now. Australiana says, but yeah, sorry, I'll finish what I was saying with the. I'm sorry to hear that you've had a tough week, and it getting re-regulating as quick as possible is the thing that for me, once it's when you get triggered. But see, if I'd known, or I wish I just knew all this stuff years ago, because I had spent so much of my life stuck in a triggered state, and if only I knew how to do this stuff years ago, I would be so much better off. Because that, as re-regulation is the key, and also on top of that, exercising the re-regulation, so that you're building up a strength, so that when you do get triggered, you're able to re-regulate quicker. And they call it the window of tolerance, which is the more work you do, the wider the window, so the more that you can handle. Australiana says, you're super cool. Thank you. Enjoy your day, Luke. You have a full purpose. Thank you so much, Australiana. Thank you for being here, and you're awesome. Thank you. Preppy says, sorry if I appear to be youth. My daughter continues to change my picture. I didn't even see the thing. Yeah, no, that's like, it's, yeah, the icon's only so tiny. So you've recently you've had a tough week and you got triggered. Oh no, that was Research Tube. Oh no, that was you. Sorry. I'm starting to get, like, I've been up all night, so I'm starting to get tired. And it has been like, it's almost 4-hour stream. This has been full on. Light Army says, you just popped up into my feed and I was immediately drawn to you. You're very brave for streaming as a way of healing. Thank you. I know all too well the CPTSD loneliness, and now it's my comfort zone. It can be, if you can be happy in solitude, absolutely, it can be your comfort zone. And I am self-isolating at the moment, because I have high anxiety at the moment, and I am scared of being triggered by social situations. So I know I am going to have to venture back into being in public sometime. It's just not easy. But I'll get there. But thank you for your comment, Light Army, and welcome to the chat. Like, it's been amazing how many new people have been here today. Like, and it's been such a healing one. Like, some we don't know what we're going to talk about with the chats. Like, it's great that, like, it's been really productive, and we've really been going into details about trauma and triggers and healing and sharing traumas as well. But um, uh, often we have these chats, and we might be talking about um, nature. We often talk about nature. Sometimes we go off on tangents where we talk about esoteric stuff like ancient religions and things like that. Um, or we go, sometimes we talk about psychology as subjects, and um, all different stuff. And today it's really been focused on it's really been on topic. So I'm glad that I did. The algorithm sent me to you, you know, and that's really good when YouTube does that. So Preppy says Seizure Girl has nailed it on the head about betrayal. Yeah, it is. It's such a you. It's such a painful thing, and often it's someone so close, and then she was able to go through a forgiveness process with it, which is that's powerful as well. We've got another new person here in the chat, Starbright. Good to you. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you here. Like, Starbright says, much love. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here. I am starting to get weary, so I probably will end the chat soon. So, if you only just joined, I'm sorry. I probably won't be streaming too much longer today. But it's so nice to have met all these new people today. Research Tube says, I think Circle app would work. It's got a space for all that. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll look into that. Like I said, the main thing is the app needs to be accessible through the Braille Braille computers, um, so that it's open for everyone. So that's why we can't use Discord. So I'll look into that. I'll write that down. Got another new person in the chat. Fawn Vacorn, welcome to the chat. Thank you for being here. Fanuv. There we go. It takes me a while to get it right. Fanuv says, hello friend, was scrolling and saw Lonely and just wanted to drop in and say hello. How are you, man? I'm a lot less lonely than I was when I started, you know. Certainly, it's been, and I'm pretty isolated. Like, I barely leave the house at the moment, so this is so good for me to have social interaction and contact. So yes, certainly less lonely, and I've got more confidence, and it's really interesting because, like, the last two books I've been reading are on polyvagal theory, and it's all about social engagement, and so I'm watching, like, even though I can't see your faces or whatever, so I can't see your expressions and things, but, like, I'm seeing my own face on the screen, and you know I'm expressing, I'm having social engagement, and it's good for me because if I'm not actually spending time with people, I'm actually still doing it here, you know. So, you know, I appreciate it, you know, and everyone's been so nice tonight. It's been a really friendly. It's always friendly. We ever since I've been doing the streams, there's been almost zero incident where there's been people having problems or arguments or anything like that. It's been almost perfect every time, and it's because I think YouTube's with the algorithm is sending fellow sufferers, like-minded people, and um, they're being considerate. It's working, you know. It's like everyone who's joined has, like, there's been a connection there that we've been able to appreciate. So, you know, it really does work sometimes, and that's why I always make sure I put in the the um the hashtags, so that way it helps the algorithm find, so that the right people get shown the video when I'm streaming. So that's how, you know, that's how we got to meet each other. So it's amazing how it works. So um, and yeah, loneliness is something that, you know, it's very common. Um, I just become progressively more lonely with my isolation. So Joni says, I hope you're feeling at ease after leading this group and allowing people to share in a healing group. I am. I really am. I feel um, I do feel very calm and at ease right now. It's very pleasant, and that's, you know, considering how it has been for me for the recent times. It's like you know, literally is like a weight taken off your shoulders when you go through those experiences. And today, I keep saying tonight, it has been like that. So thank you so much, Joni. Joni says thank you. Starbright says thank you. Starbright says yes, just subscribed and I'll watch for you. Thank you. So, like, you'll probably see, we just started a book club, so the next stream will be tomorrow. And that will be all about the book club. So we won't be talking about trauma, but, you know, it's generally the main topic. And usually I start the stream with, I talk about what I'm doing currently, how my week's been, and then I move on to the chat, and we spend the rest of the night. We chat until we get tired, and that's happening. So we're getting tired. I'm getting tired now. So Hard Knock says it's on Spotify. What's on Spotify? Um, oh, as in the book, the audio book, Hard Knocks. Research Tube says I'll make a playlist public for EFT. That's cool. What is that on? Are you saying Spotify? I don't know. Oh, okay, yeah. All right. What I'll do is, there you go. I've just subscribed to you, Research Tube. So if you make a playlist, I'll find it. I'll wait. I'll make sure I put the bell icon. There we go. Thanks for that. Now I understand what you're saying. That's awesome. Because I'm just my next thing is when I finish this book on polyvagal safety. When I finish, I'm going to finish it today. Then the next two books I'm reading are on somatic healing, which I reckon the EFT stuff will be in that. Australiana Maid says, bring goggles. The water tapping around your head is tapping at its best. I will step out of the house if you do. That's beautiful. I have to get back swimming again. You know, I've got a swimming hole, like a massive swimming hole, like a kilometre from my house. So when it gets to summertime, I'm going to get back into swimming as much as possible, and that's what my trauma therapist, counselor. It's when I say my trauma counselor, it could be any number of ones because it's a helpline that they have lots of counselors, and they always give me amazing advice. And the not the last one I spoke to, the one before that, she said swimming is such a great thing for polyvagal, healing your nervous system because you're naturally holding your breath longer and breathing out the way you breathe when you swim. So I got goggles and flippers, and that's what I like to do when the water's warm enough. So I'm going to get back into doing that. So that's an awesome comment, Australiana. Preppy says, it's hard to relate to relief coming from feeling safe. My son was kidnapped. Wow. Wow. Whoa, whoa. Your son was kidnapped. Dude, that would just like, he was kidnapped when he was 3 years old. I never had anyone to seek out, to be mad at, to be responsible. I spent 2 decades. Oh my gosh. Wow. How did, oh, 2 decades. I can't even, uh, ha- how, how, how did you deal with that? Like, that would have just been agony. Preppy, like, wow, like, I'm sorry for saying wow, like, I can't think of a word. I can't think of what to say. Like, um, I'm trying not to like swear. Like, um, I could not imagine how much pain that would be, and you had 2 decades of that. So Preppy continues. I spent 2 decades ignoring myself, my life, my health, my human decency, while seeking him. I was an empty bullet train that was hurling through life blindly and full of confused rage, loss, and mourning. Preppy, like I'm lost for words. Like that's the pain and agony that you would have for 2 decades of your life, and it sounds like you're slowly regathered. I just I have no idea how much pain you would have gone through. Like I mean, I've got my own trauma, right, from various traumas, but that would just have been unbearable. It sounds like, obviously um, you know, you've you still have a family now, so that's good news that you you haven't lost everything, but you what you lost was something that's I appreciate you sharing. That took a lot to be able to talk about that stuff. So, um, I I I'm lost for words. Like it sounds like you've made it through healing after 2 decades. That you've turned a corner and things have gotten better. So yeah, that's that's probably one of the most painful things that could happen to a parent. You know, um, so I've got another new person here. Haven't seen before. Frank Nash. Thank you for being here, Frank. You're welcome to be here. We have lovely chat, sharing a lot of healing and stories of pain. So yeah. Um, so Frank says, does anyone else get what I can only describe as full body cring, cringing? Yes, I get that. I get that. I get all down the legs and the exterior and down the up side of my body and my arms, exterior of my arms, and it's like a clenching in that way. That's I get full body cringing. I think I know what you're talking about, and I get those from particular trauma triggers. So I yeah, Kat's here. I haven't seen you for so long, Kat. It's so good to see you here. Kat says hi all. It's been months. Like it's lovely to see you again. Hope you've been well. Um, we've had an amazing, like, a lot of healing tonight. A lot of people sharing um, some of the most difficult things have been shared by people tonight of what they've gone through, and it's just I'm lost for words with a lot of it because But it's nice to see you again, Kat. You know, really is. Um, I'll be doing the stream again tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. So, um, Research Tube says onion layers of abuse and exploitation. Yes, I'm so glad you're doing this. I'm really alone in all of this with the hearts. It's, like, I'm honored to be able to be here, and help facilitate these chats, and you know, it's a just it is it's like it's we support each other, we inspire each other, and we help each other and share knowledge and what works, and things like that. So it really is a powerful thing, um but really thank you for your comment. Got another new person here I haven't seen before, Diana. Welcome to the chat, Diana. Thank you for being here. Diana says, thank you for the chat. I've been battling with feelings of loneliness. It's a pain. Loneliness is a painful thing, and um, like I live at home with my parents. I've got my parents, and I do have some friends, but I've barely left the house for many months, and I've pushed almost all my friends from, my older friends. Almost all of them I've pushed away, and so you know, I am so alone, um, and that's what trauma does. You self isolate to protect yourself, um, and then you end up lonely because and it's this painful thing because then you don't engage with people. You miss out on that stuff, So one thing that, like, I sort of look forward to as I get back into trying to reconnect with people is when I get to. I've got a friend who's invited me to um, a party at their place in a month and a half's time, 6 weeks time, and um, like they invited me. There's sort of some of the few friends I actually have and in the last few years we've caught up a few times, and I've spent more time with them than I have with any other friends for a while. But even that, I haven't really seen them in the last year, So I'm really looking forward to actually seeing them, and we haven't even spoken for months. So you know, I hope it. Like I look forward to going to this party, but like I'll be so out of practice being around people. I don't think I'm going to have anxiety there because they're lovely people and it's a really nice atmosphere. But so I'm not afraid of it. But like that will be the first time I'm actually seeing people in almost a year, and I progressively pushed people away over the years, especially in the last few years. So this has been such a great thing for me is engaging with people, communicating, um, getting to know people as well, you know. So It's yeah, loneliness is um, it's painful. Light Army says, where am I? Here we go. Light Army says, me too. I have no friends by choice. The past 5 years, oh, sorry, I needed a rest entirely. I dissociate often as well. Thank you for your hosting these lives. It's a comfortable space. Thank you for your comment. And yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you're in that same position as me. And it's almost like you don't have a choice. Like because I used to be really sociable. I used to be the you know um, happy, loud person, and you know at parties I'd usually be the last person to go to sleep, sort of thing. I'd be up all night. Just not on drugs or anything, just naturally excited and happy and chatting. And then it just got worse and worse. And yeah, the dissociation it's painful, isn't it? That's what happened to me this week. I was dissociated because it was like I didn't get triggered in a way where I was in a shock. Someone before was talking about oh yeah, Frank Nash. That particular is trauma trigger I get. I know what you're talking about, and it's like because there's these nerves that go down your arms, and I think it's associated with that, and legs, and they are connected to the vagus nerve. Um, I think so. I like, but I know where it happens, and I sometimes get that in sleep. Like I'll wake up and I'll be tensed up, and I'll have that like cringy feeling in my legs and my arms and going up the sides of my body, and I'll be all and that's a particular free. I think that's like a freeze response, fright or freeze. Um, Diana says, "Yeah, we are not alone though. We have one another who understands." That's absolutely it. Hey, we, that's why I like the beauty of like when I did that. That's why I put in the thing. I'm feeling lonely, and I knew that I wouldn't be lonely if I started the stream, and then now it's like 4 hours later, so I will have to end the stream soon because I do need to get to sleep because it's I've been up all night, and I'm meant to be sleeping now. Um, it just means I'll sleep later into the afternoon. Um, but that's a great comment, Diana, and you know I'll certainly do streams again at this time, early morning thing, so that it works better with these time zones. Um, Someone else new here. I don't know if I actually did. I I haven't seen you before either, Diana. So thank you for being here and welcome to the chat and all that. And the same with Are You Sure? I noticed another new person. I got here by no intention. Hello from Canada. Well, you're welcome to be here. Are you sure? And like, Starbright says, I too am in Canada. So that's it. So tonight we've had three people from Canada, and I I hadn't had anyone from Canada before in the streams. So like it's a first, and tonight there's been three. So that's awesome. It's good to like, yeah, that's it. We've got the hearts flying. Add a few to it. I always love it when the hearts are flying into the sky. It's just like they don't when you watch the replay, the hearts don't make it to the replay. So they're present right now, and that's showing you that you're in the moment. And again, this is where mindfulness helps with trauma, is being present. The more present we are, the less pain we're going to feel, you know, and it's just difficult because we're trapped in the past, or we get triggered and we're brought back to it. Even if we're thinking of the future, something happens and it drags us back. It's the most painful aspect to it all, and but that's it, being present, to tonight has been, or today, I keep saying tonight, and it's daytime. It's just I'm so used to doing streams at night. Um, there you go. Fan of corn. Well, that makes sense, and I see why I see where you get your screen name from. Totally, they are a classic band. Takes me back in the day. I haven't really caught up on what they've been doing. Are they still have they made music for a while? They, you know, they'll certainly um, put their stamp on the sound of music. For that time, and influenced a lot of people. Um, Are you sure? Says this is really interesting being here. Thank you. Well, thank you. It's it's been a really interesting chat. Hard Knock Studio says Canada here too. Yeah, so we've got a few. I just as soon as I keep thinking I'm catching up, like I'm still so far behind. It's because I'm taking so long chatting. Um, Isolation may not be a good thing, but nobody can hurt me when I'm alone. That's a good. Um, it's a true statement, and that's why we isolate is to protect ourselves. Um, and welcome to the chat, Andrew, as well. It's another new person. There's so many new people here tonight. Starbright says, "Go rest. We understand." Yeah, that's it. Like it is. I will. I will. I will. I'll try and catch up with because I know that there's some really cool comments down. Like I saw some chunks of comments, so I know that there's like um, stuff I've got to get to. Maybe I'll read, and I don't want to skip over comments. So, um, Nicole, another new person, welcome to the chat. Have you? I haven't tried EMDR. Have you? Uh, Nicole says, "Have you tried EMDR? It helped me with my social anxiety from trauma." I have not tried it. I have tried the do-it-yourself EMDR, where move your you're just using your own hand, your own finger, um, and you can do it moving your eyes with your eyes closed as well, moving around. But It's the sort of thing you need to do it properly with a clinician or whatever. I'm open to doing it, you know. I just haven't got around to it. Um, and I have heard that it doesn't work for everyone. It works for some people and doesn't work for others. So, um, got another new person here. Dismissed. This is a good way for people to communicate. Yeah, I think it is. Sort of like I honor the chat. I read everyone's comments, but like you know um, you can all chat to each other in the chat, and you know me reading out the stuff means that if the chat replay is not there, then you still whatever people are saying is being said. So I like that fact that it's honoring other people's comments, thoughts, feelings, and emotions and stuff like that. Preppy says, I still deal with it. Sometimes the flashbacks are worse than the memories. Yeah. Preppy, that's, yeah. I'm, I, you, you've, you've been through a really tough time. I'm lost for words. Australiana says, oh my goodness, Preppy, you've my attention for being here still, truly. That's it. Some very, and you know, getting back into living again is a big thing after something like that. And like you said, it took 20 years. It's still 20 years of your life were taken away from you, and that's a lot of pain. Preppy says, "Thank you, everyone. This means a lot." Preppy continues, "I'm so grateful to have found your space. I'm so grateful for you know you've been here. Um, Preppy also continues, we have to keep standing up to see our des- destined horizons. That's a really great comment. That gives hope. So you get knocked over, you got to stand up again, and you got to look and see, and that, and and then it gives you something to point towards and go towards. Starbright says, "Sorry, Preppy." Here we go. Pepe says the day to day difficulty also includes the stigma of mother without her child. That is what still lingers in guilt. That is painful. That really is. I'm very grateful for all of you, says Preppy. Starbright's got the kiss and the hug. Australiana says, Preppy, your words of I spent 2 decades is a book I would read if that is how you write. I hope there is an outcome that it's not worse than the act of kidnapping. I hope something good evolved. Preppy says Las Vegas, Nevada, US. So that's where you live. That's so yeah. Um, I call the body cringe a cray for some reason. Yeah, that's interesting how you give it a name. I I I I know that trauma response really well, and it comes from particular triggers. Um, Big Nash, another new person. Welcome to the chat. Big Nash says thank you. Preppy says Australiana made the worst of my guilt is from a phase I went through where I thought learning that my son had passed would be easier. There would be closure. Yeah, I would have worried for half of my life, wrought with hysterical panic, wondering if he were hungry, if he'd become scared, or if he cried for me. That I can see how that would be like what you would have sort of longed for is some form of closure. It would have been easier to have at least known that, but not having this unknown, having this complete unknown would have just been the most painful thing, you know. I mean, to hear that you're a father now, you've still got a family, or you've got a new family, or you know you haven't lost your whole family. Is that's something that is nice to hear, you know, so that you do have love in your life, that you're still a parent, you know, that or that you um, that's a good aspect to what you've been through is that there's something positive there. Um, Morgan the Void, welcome to the chat, Morg. Hi, my name is Morgan. I stumbled across your live, and I hope all is well. Thank you for being here. Morgan says, I just subscribed. Yeah, like it's been a really powerful chat tonight. I keep saying tonight, and it's daytime. Oh, I keep doing that. I'm tired. I do have to end the stream soon because I've been up since yesterday, and I am starting to. It's starting to actually get difficult for me to read. So that's where I know the fatigue's kicking in. Um, Preppy says I have some pretty big breaks, soul fractures, recalling, and even a few parts I haven't unintentionally forgotten. It's difficult with that, you know. You don't like it's yeah. You're a strong person to persevere, and you managed to basically sounds like crawl your way back to living again. Another new person to the chat, um, Elegant Waste. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for being here. Like, um, Elegant says hi, Luke. Preppy says big breaks are very intense and appropriate for public places. I isolate because I never know what will remind me of being a mummy to my firstborn. That's yeah, that like because I could imagine that your um, shutdown, dissociation, breakdowns would be very intense. They wouldn't just be subtle. That being in a public place, that would be something that you'd have anxiety for. So yeah, I really feel for you with that, like because it prevents you then from, like you say, you don't know what it could be. That's the thing. There could be so many things that could trigger that response. Morg says, I relate to your story on a soul level. I barely left the house in several years. Loneliness is a pain I wouldn't wish on anyone. Preppy Tori says, um, airports, grocery stores, post offices are the biggest triggers. See, and if they're your biggest triggers, that's painful because they're places that you can't avoid in a lot of things. Grocery stores, post offices, especially. Um, Preppy says hi, Morgan. Preppy says hi, Luke. Morgan says hi. Hi, Tori. Good to meet you. Preppy says it's a pleasure. The pleasure is mine. Got another new person to the chat, Sandra Halbert. Loneliness is safe. There is safety in that, you know, and it does make things, you know, easier because it is safer. I think my next thing will be addressing my social anxiety, because a lot of that comes from manipulation, coercion, and like narcissistic type abuse, being mocked, made fun of, and bullied. But the main one for me is coercion. So I was coerced, manipulated to the point where I've lost trust in people. And if they show signs that they're going to try and coerce me into something, it could be completely innocent. What they're trying to ask me to do something, but I'll go into that. I'll get triggered. So it means that good people miss out on. I miss out on being with good people, and good people miss out on being with me, that have no malintent. But it just happens to be that it triggers me, so I protect myself by social isolation. So I I will work on, and again, it's trust. Is building up trust in order to, because there are so many good people out there. Morgan says, would love to learn more about you. What's something about you that others would never guess? There we go. I'm trying to think. Um, I'm good at. I am good at singing, and I actually put in the chat earlier one of my songs. I used to enjoy singing. I do have to end the stream soon. I've been hunched. My posture's been bad, so I need to. Yeah, I need to get my posture back better. Yeah, I do have a really good singing voice, and I don't sing because of I'm self-conscious. Except, I do have one song on my YouTube channel that's me singing. It's one of the earliest videos on my channel. So if you scroll all the way to the start, you'll find it. But I'll put it in the chat. But I used to be able to sing very, like, very large range. So from deep to very, like, falsetto. But it's and to be able to sing different styles, and you know I did want to actually get to the point where I started making more music and singing, and it's being self-conscious and not having the confidence to do it, even though I'm really good at it. But what I'm going to do is, because I've been reading, with the humming, and it is good for stimulating the nerves, the cranial nerves, for helping in re-regulation. And so yeah, I've been sitting with a bad posture for a while. I should have been more conscious of that. Yeah, I can sing really well, but I'm too self-conscious to do it, and I haven't done it like I used to, like sing all the time, like and I haven't sung for so long, my vocal cords would be all weakened, so it'd take me a while to get back to it. Um, I mentioned in previous streams I want to get back into, because I learned how to do the like Tibetan style chanting, the deep, the throats, not the like the throat singing with where they do the 2 octaves, like the Tibetan monk style. And I want to get back into that because it does have a healing aspect to it. So, and that's close to singing. So, um, that's a good question, and thanks for asking it, Morgan. Um, I've got another new person to the chat, Jess. Um, Jess says, I've asked God to remove the obstacles that are preventing me to be closer to Him and peace and purpose. That's a nice thing to ask for, you know. Just you still have to do the work, but you're asking for the obstacles to be taken away. You know, it's still going to be work to get to where you want to go, but you don't want it to be as difficult. Light Army says same, except I did take the drugs for many years and drank often as well. Left home at age 15 due to sexual abuse at home. My brother as well. He didn't fare out as well. I dissociate most when driving. So, okay, that's interesting. You dissociate while you're driving. That could be dangerous because you lose concentration and stuff. But Are you sure? Says sweet. Jess says it's all about your vibe. Focus on what is pleasant, what is true, what is worthy to think of. If you must have made up visions, then think about things how you would have them to be. That's a great way to look at it. You do, imagine, and that's what I do with my creative stuff, like with poetry. It gives me that opportunity I can be in a really painful spot, and like I'm able to make it better by imagining my way. I imagine a better future or a better life, or you know like I see it as like create your way out of a difficulty. Using your imagination, you can, you know and that's one thing that you can be trapped in this thing where um, there's all this stuff you can't do anything about, but then if you've got that um, ability to imagine something better, then you can be in prison essentially, and that's what a lot of trauma does, is it puts you in a prison that you're stuck in. So just like someone who's in a prisoner of war or something, the thing that gets them through, um, can be having that, imagining things being better. Even if you can't do anything about it, you can't make it better, but you can, and that can give you enough to keep going, and also give you inspiration to get better. So it's sort of like alchemy type thing, where you're working towards a desired outcome by first imagining the outcome and working towards it. So, you know, um, you still have to do the work. That's the thing. You can't just imagine a castle and then the castle appears. But you can imagine a castle and then start building it, and eventually you'll have a castle built because you've stuck to it and you bit by bit laid the blocks, and eventually you've got something. And um, that's a great comment, though, Jess. Um, Dismiss is in Canada too. Yep. So we've got a lot of Canadians here tonight. That's awesome. Another new person to the chat. Haven't seen before. Welcome to the chat, Rai. It's good to see you here. Like Rai says, I'm praying your pain away. Thank you. There's going to be rainy days. I promise you'll get through them. And that's, we have had literally had rainy days recently, and I love it when it rains too. It's cleansing. And I also see them as, when I used to work for myself as a sort of handyman, not really carpenter. I did a bit of construction sort of stuff, gardening, fixing things, and I saw rain as something that was annoying, but it was also a blessing. So like, it'd be annoying because if it rained and it stopped you working, I didn't get paid. But then if it rained and then I felt like I needed a break, this is perfect. So I was able to look at it positively most of the time. And for me, it seems to rain at times when I feel the need for a cleanse of things. And it's amazing how it just does that. It's magical like that. And that's just talking about rain in a literal sense, Light Army says, good night, Luke. Have a wonderful evening. It was lovely to meet you. Your voice and demeanor is very calming. Sleep well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Light Army. I really appreciate that. And that, again, that gives me confidence for my mindfulness. So, it means that maybe I can be really good with a mindfulness practitioner because my voice can carry, and if I can speak, and I can actually heal people through that, but by taking them through mindfulness exercises and really use my voice as something that is part of the magical element. So I really appreciate that, and that gives me confidence that it's something. It's a bonus aspect to what is going to help me with becoming because I've finished the course as a facilitator. So in 6 months' time, I'm going to be teaching people mindfulness and running sessions. So. Got another new person in the chat, Jean. How you going, Jean? Jean says, Luke 6. Jean says, my dear, with CPTSD, self-care is utmost importance. If you haven't slept since yesterday, get yourself some rest. I appreciate your presence, willingness to be vulnerable, and trust. Thank you, Jean. Yeah, no, I will end the stream soon. I was just trying to catch up to I was hoping to finally catch up to the chat. So, but that's beautiful. Like, yeah, thank you. I will get some rest, and it will be soon. And you're absolutely right. Self-care is utmost important, and I'm grateful to have met you, Jean. It's been a really amazing night tonight, where so many people have just appeared, and we've all been able to share some very um, powerful stuff. So, you know, Big Nash, another new person to the chat. Welcome. Big Nash says, I'm 42 and just started having memories from repeated sexual assault around 14, having a hard time with it. That is very painful. Yeah. Like I'm 46 and I you know, I had repressed memories, and at different times. So, they to have them come back to you now is that must be pretty painful. And it's amazing how that's what the mind does, is it locks away those memories to protect you, and um, and you're having to deal with them now, and so stay strong, like that's one thing, is um, one of the painful things is once memories are unlocked, it it they all get unlocked. Do you know what I mean? So, then you're flooded with the pain of what then. So, um, you know, what would happen to me was it would go the other way as well. So, like, after so many months or a year or whatever, 2 years, that it would disappear, and I would be clear for a few years, and then it would come back again. That was one thing that would happen to me, and because yeah, I it's I don't know how it happens where you basically stop getting them. But see, when the worst thing is when you have it stuck, where it's there constantly, and you can't actually, it's stuck in the prefrontal lobe sort of thing, you know, or so it's there, whereas it may have been originally kept in another part of the brain. It's now stuck in the thing, so it's overloading all of your conscious thinking, um, and it's overwhelming. So um, um, yeah, it's it's painful. The only thing where I was able to stop the constant flashbacks was processing. And for me, that was coming to terms with the things. Also, eventually, if this has just happened recently for you, just know that it's not gonna be like this forever. That things will get better, and that they will eventually not be in your forefront of your mind. But it is difficult. It sounds like you are having troubles with it, and um, it has all the carry-on effects. So, you know, if it's if it's um, if it's something that happens, once every few weeks, where you'll have flashback every few weeks, and then you'll be stuck in a triggered state for a few days and then disappears again. That's not as bad as if it's like every day you're reminded, or every hour you're reminded, or at its worst, it's constantly there. And so, when I was at my worst, it was that where it was I could not get any of it out. It was just always there, and um, it's painful. So it's a big shock too. It's like, um, because you've suppressed them, or repressed or suppressed for so long, and then you're then confronted by it, and you can't. There's when it's like a flashback and you're overwhelmed, you can't do anything about it, and then you get stuck reliving the pain, and then you also have the physical effect of reliving the pain, but it does get better over time. So what you're going through now will get better. um, and there are ways to sort of take, there's therapies that will help with that. um, you know what you disclosing right now is one thing that really helps, is to actually acknowledge and accepting, and also know that, you know um, it says repeated. So you didn't just have one experience, you had multiple experiences at this time, and that is very hard to deal with. um, and just remind yourself that you, it's not your fault what happened to you. You know, take remove any guilt or blame that you put on yourself, and I understand that you were pushed into something, or something was thrust upon you, and it was not your choice, and that, um, if you can lessen the actual severity of, like, if you can, and, and another, anger therapy can be another thing too, where you really get angry at the situation and understand that you weren't, like, you didn't ask for it. So it it's not going to take the memory away. It's still going to be there, but you're able to separate yourself from being stuck in that position, that, like, you rather than being in the situation, you're stepping back one step, and you're observing it as the observer, observing. So then you might still be reliving and having the flashback, but you're actually seeing it from the observer position, third person, and you're not then subject to the pain, that you're then not reliving the pain to the same degree. You're still going to be feeling the pain, but not as it's not reliving the thing. And it compounds too, where the flashback can actually become more painful. So that the trick is to step it back, and it, you know, yeah. I got a friend calling. I don't know if I should answer. Oh, oh wait, because I'm doing a stream. Maybe I should have said, is he watching? I am. I will end the stream soon. Um, but yeah, look, that's very, Big Nash. You know, it's, um, it's hard to talk about these things, and thank you for having the courage to talk about it. And um, it's it's not easy. Um, you know, um, just if things get if it gets too much, just reach out. Find a counselling service where you can call them, just so you can speak to someone to distract you in that situation. But like, um, it's difficult because it's something that when things re-emerge, that's painful. One thing I've found is that I've had it where it gets easier, and then it has come back again, and it's been overwhelming. Um, and then through processing, it's gotten easier. So it really does help being able to talk about it, and that's what you're doing tonight. You're doing that. So um, got another new person here, Jules. Welcome to the chat. Jules says, "Yeah, stumbled upon this live watching from Minnesota, US. I feel like I now drive people away. I'm in a post-narcissistic relationship abuse phase. People can't handle the crazy I'm dealing with." That is painful. Once you've been the pain of narcissistic abuse is really it's the worst. Um, it- um, yeah, it driving. I understand what you're saying. I drive people away as well because I'm afraid of being hurt. So it's safer to push people away, and that's why I'm in this state now where I'm sort of separate, like I've isolated. So um, very painful narcissistic abuse is because then you're afraid that the next person's going to do the same thing. You know, so I mean, it's very difficult because the real cunning, crafty narcissist will always find a way to manipulate or hurt you. And really, the only way to protect yourself is to isolate yourself. But then you miss out on into social, social connection, and so you want to put up some boundaries and not push people. It's hard because it's easier to push people away, and because you're fearful of being hurt again. I understand what you um I understand that pain, and I'm wanting to break that cycle myself, so I can re-enter society and get friends again, because I pushed all my friends away except for a few, and even then I hardly speak to them. So that person who rang just then, I should call him back. um, I'll send him a message and say, yeah, I'll call. I will end the stream soon though, because it has been it's almost 5 hours. So that's an epic chat. Um, Lots of hearts flying. Thank you for the hearts. I'll add a few to that. We'll get some hearts flying. There we go. That's awesome. What I'll do is I'll see. Yeah, yeah. I'm almost caught up with the chat. So once I get caught up with the chat to the end, that's when I'll end the stream. So but Jules, just hang in there, Jules, and like you know, putting up boundaries and testing things out, and because yeah, narcissistic abuse does a lot of damage, so it's very hard to trust again. But just know that there's lovely, friendly people out there, that you're missing out on, and that's what I say to myself. That so I look forward to actually getting that interaction again, because I used to love being around people. Are you sure says yes. Are you sure says humming helps vagus nerve. Yes, that's absolutely it. So like that's what I want to get back into, is practicing the chanting, like the Tibetan style chanting, and humming. I find I'd rather sing actual notes rather than humming, and singing does the same thing as humming. But there's something about humming that you're harmonizing. Hannah, another new person. Welcome to the chat, Hannah. Hannah says, thank you for sharing. Hannah says, we love you. Thank you, Hannah. That's a beautiful thing to say. Thank you. And it's been a really amazing night tonight. I keep saying night, and it's like it's daytime. So it's funny because I always stream at night, and I started the stream in the morning. So Light Army says, I also have ADHD. I'm a very good driver. I have traveled a lot. The only issue is that subconscious takes me to familiar places instead of where I need to go. Very bad sense of direction too. Yeah. That's that's a lot you're dealing with there, you know. It's an interesting thing. Yeah, the subconscious does that, and it does trick you into doing that. Like, it'll put you on a loop, it's nostalgia thing. So somehow breaking that connection. So that's where, distracting yourself, finding something new, changing things up, you know. Are You Sure says, A Human Guide to Self-Awareness. Is that a book? Because I'll write that down. Are You Sure says, without respite between triggers, it's the body that decays exponentially. That's a really good comment, because the body gets run down so much. The more you do need respite, and so when I've spent literally years stuck in a triggered or a dissociated state. Either hyper vigilant or hypo vigilant. And afterwards, when you start actually just getting back to normal again, it's there's a fatigue with it. So, and it seems to me what mostly happened to me was I would, it would fluctuate between the two, and it depended on my job was, what my triggers were in my what I was currently surrounded by, depended on whether I freak out or shut down. Um, A Shaw says takes a lot of courage to open up tonight. Yeah, thank you, and I'd like to thank everyone who's done that tonight. People have really, been very vulnerable and shared some real um, some serious trauma that people have gone through and survived. So loving seeing the hearts flying again. See, I've pretty much caught up with the chat, I think. Oh no, just as soon as I get close to it flies off again. So I will. We're over 5 hours now. I'm going to have to shut it down soon. But I want to catch up with all the chat. So Chris says hi. Welcome to the chat, Chris. Good to see you here. Preppy says, I wish I could sing. Even my humming is off. Females in my family get a case of creaky door voice, so I can get by. Yeah, well, that's where maybe you could try chanting. If you've got creaky door voice, maybe rather than hum, try and chant. Like look up Tibetan Buddhist chanting and try that instead of like trying to hum. Because I find humming, there's something about it, like, because it reverberates. You can hear it and feel it reverberating inside that whole region. And so I would rather sing a note, or I can't do it now because it's too late. I'd have to warm up, but like I'd rather do the really low, rather than hum, you know. But I will get back into practicing that. So try it, Preppy. If rather than humming, try and do the lower. That sort of thing. Sorry, but yeah. Um, I really look forward to getting back into practicing chanting and humming, because I can't hum myself. I'd rather do the chanting or sing. Um, Preppy says in the key of C for some reason, probably a late comment. Oh, so you can't um, sing in that key. Chris says, hi, Luke. I just bumped into your live and read your title. Thought I'd come give you some company. Thank you so much. It's, it's been a, I tell you what, like, there's been a lot of love and friendship, and thank you for joining, and um, I certainly am a lot less lonely now after all of you all being here tonight. Preppy says, Light Army, I do exact same thing. I also have this problem where for short periods of time, like 30, 40 seconds, where everything looks new, like I'm there for the first time, even my grocery. I know that what you're saying there. It's like a hyper real, super real, or it's similar to an amnesia, but it's like, it's brand new. Everything's brand new. I know that feeling. Um, you also get that sensation with food. I get that with food. If I've been, in a state for a long period of time where I've dissociated, and then I cook a meal, a simple meal, and then I eat it, and it's so flavorsome, and it's drugs, and it's just food, and it's just like every bite's just like, wow, what is this stuff? And it just gets better and better, and it's like, and that's, yeah, there's something about that, and that's being present. I think after being not being present. Bill says thank you. Big Nash says thank you for the stream. Thank you everyone for all the thanks. Got another new person to the stream, Sarah. Just stumbled in here. Hello to all you beautiful people here. Thank you, Sarah. We're actually the stream's ending very soon because it's been over 5 hours now, and I need to rest. So it was nice to, but now it's a nice chat. Join again sometime. Preppy says it'd be interesting to see a tour of your bookcase books. Yes, I will do that one day, or even your music collection, if you find those things insightful and personal without too much vulnerability in regards to sharing yourself. Totally. I've got my CDs just over there. I will do that one day, maybe. Take you on a tour. Because I can actually do a live stream with my phone, and then I can carry that around the room. So that's a great idea. I'll do that, Preppy. Got another new person to the chat, Shadowcat. Hey, mind if I join? Not at all. Welcome to the chat. It is I am about to end the stream. I'm trying to get to the end of I'm trying to catch up, and then I've got to stop talking so long. Jun says, hello, not sure how I found this stream, but immediately realized why. I'm ADHD for 2 years. Out of a psychopathic relationship, it gets better, but it takes so much time. It does get better, once you got the trust and the pain and the triggers, and then you also have the ADHD, which they have very similar things. With ADHD and CPTSD, you have disconnection between the older brain and the main the thinking brain. So major brain centers shut down and take over, and it's the same thing, fight or fright. And again, this is where it comes back to breathing and mindfulness and re-regulation. So that's, June, I can see why you found the stream, because it just happens like that with the algorithm. So you've been searching for healing, and it just happens like that. Sarah says, actually, yeah, that's serotonin, a classic name. Luke, pleasure to meet you. Thank you for holding the space. We can only get better together. That's beautiful. Thank you. Chris says, it's true, there is good people. The trick is to learn to discern and filter the people that don't have your best interests and intentions. Be careful before you go out and find your people. Make sure you can distinguish between the two kinds of people. That's perfect, Chris. That sums it up right there. Like, you don't give up, and don't shut yourself off completely. Know and educate yourself, and know how to read people and discern. You may still make mistakes and think someone's okay, and then they turn out to be a bad person. But it's like, there is ways to re-engage with social situations and people. And this is what, look at what's happened tonight. Like, everyone's been amazing, everyone's been friendly, and it's good when that happens. Serotonin says, love to all you. from the East Coast of America, North Carolina especially. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. Sarah W says, humming stimulates the vagus nerve. Sing. There you go. That's what it's all about. So do it as much as you can. Shadowcat says, someone taught me to say, wazza. Wooza. I don't know how to say it, but yeah, exactly. There's that's another example. Are you sure says, can't we just continue with replies? Night night, everyone. That's it. We're at 5 hours and 11 minutes. So I've finally caught up with the chat, which means we'll end the stream. Sarah W says, do you use herbs? I used to smoke for many years, and I've 4 months or 5 months haven't. So, you know, it did good things for me, and it also did bad things for me. So it's a tricky thing. I got so much pain relief from it, but it also pushed me over the edge. So I'm yeah, pretty much sober these days. Jules says, last comment, so Luke can sleep. But the feeling of something familiar being unfamiliar is called Jamaeus vu. Jamaeus vu. Yeah, which is similar to deja vu, I guess. Must have a similar meaning. AJ, another new person to the chat. Welcome here, and sorry that you actually got to be the last chat for the night, even though it's daytime. I keep calling it night. It's because I usually stream at night, and I just did a daytime one today. Oh, awesome! We got Happy Hermits here. How you going, brother? But yeah, I'll just comment on what AJ said first. AJ says, yeah, that's very true. Use your instincts and mindfulness to change your feelings. That's a beautiful comment. You know? So yeah, instincts is a big thing, and then mindfulness then on top of that is your focus. So, and they work together. So, you know, the more, you know, trust your instincts, but then you have to clear your mind or focus. So yeah, Happy Hermit says good evening. Happy Hermit says, yeah, good. Hope you've been doing well. I have been. You know, I was feeling a bit lonely earlier, and that's why I felt like I needed to start the stream, and had all these amazing people all night chatting. So, Happy Hermit, I hope you're well too. And tomorrow night, or which will be early morning for you, we got the book club. So I hope you've read Norwegian Wood, and you're going to join us for the book club, because we're going to talk about Norwegian Wood tomorrow. And I think I'm going to do streams this time of day again soon, because it's great for the time zone in America. Yes, that's it. Chris says it's nighttime in California. So it's now it's just midday right now, 12 o'clock midday. Another new person to the chat, Jewel, welcome. Jewel says, peace and blessings. Just joined 10 p.m. in Virginia. There you go. Well, Happy Hermit just got here too, and Jewel just got here, and I'm sorry, but I'm just about to close the the stream because I've been going for like 5 hours and a bit. So it's been a big healing tonight or today. I keep saying tonight and it's daytime. It's just because I've been up all night. So for me, it's night, and it is night for you. So it's actually, I'm saying that it's correct. Happy Hermit says, yeah, no problem. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, Happy Hermit. And yeah, like I said, we're doing the tomorrow we're doing the book club talking about Norwegian wood. So, and I'm going to pick the next book. So anyone who's joined or watching, like, we've started a book club, and so the next stream we're going to pick randomly out of a list. We've got 9 books on the list, and then if you check my community tab on my YouTube, you'll see what the next book will be. And if you want to read it, and then we'll talk about it in a month's time. So, it's going to be good fun. But yeah, thanks for joining, everyone. And Jules says, stay blessed. Just found your page. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that's awesome, Jules. Yeah, cool. So if you've we're doing the first one. So over the last month, everyone has been reading Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood, which is an awesome book. And then we're going to talk about it next stream. And then we'll pick the next book. So check the community tab and you'll know which will be the next book. And then you've got 4 weeks to read it. And in between, most of the streams we'll be talking about healing and that stuff. But yeah, thank you everyone. It's been really nice. I've had such an amazing time. So thank you all, and all these new people. So lovely to meet you all. So much love.